So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Ow! Hip hop dibbity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang doodly mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Hey, good morning, you little bastards. I hate each and every one of you with a burning pet. No, I love you. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. I'm all by myself again today. We'll get an update on that in just a little bit. I do have some Johnny news for you. I don't know. I'm gonna check in with him again today after the show. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe he'll surprise us with a call in. I told him to rest. He's like, maybe if I can get a laptop in here, I can, make an appearance. I'm like, why don't you just relax and get better and knock this thing? Like, I'm always a believer in take an extra day or two to make sure everything's taken care of. Don't push it too soon. There's no reason. How many times have you pushed it too soon? Stop it. And, it puts you on the shelf for a couple more days than it normally would have. So we'll have an update on Johnny in just a second after our little preamble here. We've got a big show today. We've got a lot of things to talk about. I am so remarkably, I don't know if disappointed is the word, even though disappointment is in the title. I just, it's not that I don't want to be so jaded. And I know I'm getting to that age where you're supposed to be jaded about all things like politics and the world and all that stuff. But I don't want to be jaded about everybody, but Kash Patel's a bum. Pam Bondi's a bum. Dan Bongino's a bum. And I understand, I'm sure it's got to be intimidating leading the FBI and saying we're going to come in there and we're going to shine a light on all the corruption and this and that. And then when they start threatening you, and you start realizing how dangerous it is to expose this stuff, and there's a reason nobody's exposed it in all this time. I understand that. Then don't beat your chest before you get in there. That's my only issue is don't sit there and go, yeah, we're going to set this motherfucker on fire and shit. And then when you get in there, go, yeah, Epstein totally killed himself. And what documents? We don't have any documents. What tapes? We don't have any tapes. Trump assassination attempt? Yeah, it's exactly like they said. It's just, I expect to be, treated like I'm a moron by the people inside of the deep state. I expect to be treated like an asshole by them. I don't expect to be treated like an asshole by the people who told me they were on my side. That's the only thing that sucks about that is that, I never thought Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were on my side. They told me they were on my side. And Aaron, you should know better than to believe them. Yeah, no, you're right. And I've said from day one on the Epstein stuff, it's I don't believe they're going to release shit until they actually release it. And I'm glad I took that stance. But to listen to that Fox News interview And to listen to Kash Patel talk about how, oh, yeah, the Trump assassination, we don't have any evidence that it had anything to do with anything other than what they said it was. It's like the motherfucker. There was a cell phone that was tracked going from the FBI field office to that kid's house many times back and forth. He was the only 20-something in America without any social media. He was in a goddamn BlackRock commercial, and I wish I were making that up. And yet, it's Kash Patel. And you know what? I got to say, there's some people who support Trump who are as bad as people who support Obama or Biden, that if they say it, then it's true. Kash Patel said that there's nothing to see here, so there's nothing to see here. Quit breaking the 10 Commandments. Quit making idols out of these people. They're human. They're flawed. They can lie to you. They will lie to you. They are lying to you. Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, you know what? There's an easy way to show that Epstein really did kill himself. Let's just release the surveillance foot. Oh, the cameras weren't working that day. Oh, okay. Hey, why don't we ask the security guards who were on 24-hour watch? Oh, they were at lunch. Oh, don't you hate that when people high value targets always seem to hang themselves with paper clothing at lunchtime when the cameras are broken? Don't you hate that they do that? They're so smart at that age. So I'm having a thing. Like when I think about the news and all that shit, I'm having a thing with Kash Patel, with the Trump people. I'm still team RFK Jr. I'm still team Kristi Noem. I like her. That Tom Homan is a superstar. I like him. He's probably getting more results than anybody on anything. M says retards want a conspiracy in everything. No, just where there actually is one. You know me. I'm not a conspiracy, like a big time everything's a conspiracy guy. But, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it ain't a chicken. So Jane says sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Yep. That's why I salivate for them so much. All right, let's get into some things today, shall we? Let's Balls Deep already starting us off with $5 this morning. He says, imagine talking about kids, then taking a posture of superiority. He's talking about a little pre-show fun we were having. I got done with everything this morning, and I sat in the chat, and I guess the steel toe people were just cooking this woman named Michelle. She was off the handle. She's one of these people who has a broken caps lock, and everything she's writing is just shouting frantically in all caps. And every time she would say some bullshit, we would just make fun of her, and that would get her going more and more. And it was all just, it was so uninspired. It was all just such boilerplate NLO stuff. So we just made fun of her and kept goofing on her, and she thought it was like a back and forth. That's what I love about, like, my detractors are so fucking dumb. The internet says this. They go, steel toe A-logs are so dumb, they make Aaron look better by comparison. I'm like, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate that. But it's so true, because you watch them and you go, I mean, the best defense you can muster on their part is like, guys, Aaron's not this exciting. Aaron's boring. Why are you so invested? Like, Aaron obviously has you by the balls. Aaron obviously owns your brain. You think about him constantly. And like, I appreciate it. That's why I do this. I do this to draw a reaction out of people. That's why I do a show, to get people to react. I've never, as any of you have been fans for a decade know, I've never been big on the love you, hate you. I don't really, view's a view. But if I can run your brain and it drives you insane while I smirk, and I know that's part of the reason they hate me. They don't like the smirk. But while I smirk and I'm funnier and smarter than you, you just seethe and type in all caps. I like that. It's a weakness. It's a human weakness. It's not good. It's not a good quality. You shouldn't respect it. But at the same time, I am fucking good at it. So it is nice to put Michelle on tilt early in the morning. I was having some fun with a dozen other steel toe people who were hanging out in the chat, and we were cooking some onions before the show. We were doing a little cooking. We were cooking some onions. It ain't hard. After we won the war, now that the war's over and we got the win, we're just picking them off one by one. Dub with $1 says $1 holla. If every viewer did the same, Goal. Actually, if every viewer did the same today, we'd knock out probably all the goals morning and evening for the rest of the week. I mean, a couple thousand people make their way through here every morning, 700 to 800 people at a time. God damn, Dub. So that's a good idea. I will tell you this. Anything we go over, after we knock out the goal, everything this week on PayPal and Venmo is going directly to Johnny right after the show. We're going to help him out. I don't want to do the PayPal thing. I don't want PayPal taking a piece. I don't want to drop just like $100 into a PayPal. We're done. I want to see if we can put a big crooked number on the board every day, like the evening show. Here, if you want to compete with the evening show, they did $40. I think it was $35 or $40 to Johnny last night. They went over. So anything PayPal, Streamlabs after we knock out the goal is going right to Johnny via Venmo. I don't understand that. I don't get that. People still haven't explained that to me. Why? Like, I can give out Johnny's Venmo. I think it's Venmo-Johnny Crutches. I can give out his Venmo and people can just give him money. I don't know why there needs to be a GoFundMe. The GoFundMe, by the way, is not for the hospital. The GoFundMe is he has to move out by September, and he's trying to crowdfund money to move out. Which, he didn't ask me first. I would have, done some shopping around, done some looking around, grabbed some U-Haul, shit like that. But he wanted to do this by himself. I get it. I understand. But I'm gonna choose personally just to go right to the Venmo and hand it over. But whatever we go over today, everything after the goal is met on PayPal and Venmo is going right over to Johnny after the show's over. So thank you guys very, very much. All right. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, make sure to download the Wawa app before your Spirit Airlines flight to the gay key. You'll need hydration for those straight activities, and the best deals are when you order ahead. Now, wait a minute. I never did. I'm not, first of all, where do we start? I'm not flying Spirit Airlines. I'm not going to the gay key. And why is straight activities in quotes? I'm a heterosexual man. I'm a hetero guy. Why don't you believe me? 191 Redbird with $1 says, I'm disappointed by Cash, but Bongino has always been a lying, grifting sack of shit bully that has a long history of false accusations against anyone that bruises his ego. I don't know a lot about Dan Bongino, admittedly. I admittedly don't know a lot about Bongino other than the Rumble stuff, other than he did a very popular show and he was on Rumble. Speaking of very popular shows on Rumble, anyone notice that Bubba is fucking killing it over there? Oh my God, I was on this morning and Bubba was doing like 14,000 people. Not too long ago, Bubba and we were doing about the same. And now Bubba is fucking crushing it with 14,000 people watching live on Rumble, which if he's using Rumble Studio, that's the actual number. If he's not using Rumble Studio, it's probably like 10, 11,000, They juice you up just a little bit when you're not using Rumble Studio. But good for Bubba, man. He deserves it. He's one of the good guys. He's been out there, grinding for a while. And, as another radio guy who made the transition to the internet, pisses a lot of people off and made it work. It's nice to see him doing so well. You just got to keep at it. Bless Bubba. Bless Bubba indeed. So 310 is the number for today. Thank you guys very much. Our standings. So Anonymous Fake Dono gave us $120 to knock out our whole goal last night so we could start giving Johnny money. And I didn't know what name to give Anonymous Fake Dono, so I went with Anne Fake as a silly play on Anne Frank. I don't know. I don't know if we have a better name for that eventually. I don't know. Chevrolet JB says Bubba was the shit. Now he is just shit. I don't know. He seems to be doing all right. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Bubba hasn't had viewers like this since Hulk porked his wife. Well, it's the Hulkster, for God's sake. I mean, you know, Bubba, his friend was going through a divorce. He was going through a difficult time, and Bubba helped out a pal. And then probably leaked the video to the media. Why would you do that? Like, I don't understand that. Like, it's so bad. And you're so not getting away with that one. Look who's talking. It's just, you're releasing a tape of a remarkably famous guy fucking some chick, and you don't think that's... Now, Gawker published it, and Hulk Hogan ended up getting $100 million from Gawker, but, like, the fact that Bubba escaped that unscathed, and the only reason he did is because they couldn't prove it was Bubba who released the tape, which there can't be that many people that have access to Bubba's security footage. So, I mean, it feels like it wouldn't be that difficult to find out who it was. But alas, the world may never know. All right, your Johnny update. Here's what I know. Here's what we talked about last night. I talked to Johnny yesterday. Johnny was not feeling well on Sunday. It was kind of weird. He thought it was because his ex had turned off the heat. Now, it's been cold in Minnesota the last week or so, and it was 90 degrees a week and a half ago. Then it went to like 50. So a lot of us turned the heat on in our homes. I guess his ex-wife did not. He lives there in the basement, right? And he said he wasn't feeling well. He said it was having a bad effect on his legs, so he wasn't going to be doing the show Monday. He'd be back on Tuesday. Yesterday, while we were doing the show, things took a really bad turn. He went into the hospital. Now, when you have the condition Johnny does, you got to go to the doctor regularly. You just have to. I mean, Medicaid, disability, that covers that stuff. Use it. You know, you have a, you know, I think sometimes Johnny feels like he's not gaming the system, but he's like, you know, he'll look like a welfare case or whatever. It's like, no, that's what it's literally there for. It's literally there for people who are disabled. Johnny is disabled. He has a debilitating condition. And so just go to the doctor, go. So yesterday, he says, well, I need an ambulance. And I said, well, do you want me to come get you instead? He's like, no, I need to be carried. I need like equipment. I need, special transportation. So I'm like, okay. Goes to the hospital. They find out that he has an infection that's working its way up his leg. And I guess if you always have leg problems, how the hell do you know, right? How the hell do you know if you're having leg problems if you don't know you have if you always have leg problems, how do you know when a new one's coming up? So Johnny has an infection that's working its way up his leg. They're keeping him in the hospital for his next couple of days, and they're just going to monitor him and see if the antibiotics work. And I have no reason to doubt that they will. I've heard nothing like really terrible from Johnny, no bad prognoses or anything like that. He just said an infection working its way up my leg. He sent me a picture. I'm not going to show it. I just got bad luck with shit like that. It looks puffy. You know, you can definitely tell there's something wrong with the leg. But again, I think they caught it early enough. He's on antibiotics. They're going to monitor him for a couple of days. They should be able to work out the infection, which is a positive thing. It's a positive thing. And I just, I'm hoping today when I go for the update, we're getting more good news. More good news on the Johnny front. That's what I'm hoping for today. Just that infection is getting better and that the leg is going to be okay. Shit Show with 199. He's a big fan of the toe. He goes, you should go on Karmic to boost your sad numbers. I like Shit Show. He's got good jokes. I saw Karmic was almost, he was hanging around 100 people the other day. That's actually a very good improvement. I'm proud of Karmic, man. He's got there's that ugly part of the internet that gasses people up and tries to get them to drink more, and they treat them like zoo animals. I don't like that shit. I don't like that people do that. I hope that's not a big portion. I hope a big portion of his audience is not people just, throwing shit at the monkeys. Cut it out if that's what you're doing. It's fucking gay. You're a loser if you do that. But I saw he was like 90 something or 100 something a while back. Good for him, man. I like Karmic. I just hope he doesn't let any of this stuff. Get to him though. That's my only thing. I saw a very funny, and thank you, Shit Show. I appreciate that. 305 is the number today. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Jane says, I left Karmic's. I was there when there was only 4 people viewing. Well, that's kind of when people aren't used to being broadcasters, when people don't have shows, that's kind of the arc. It goes, whoop, people check it out, and then back down. If people don't know how to handle the internet, like the reason I drive so many people nuts and I fucking crush everybody that we have an issue with is simply because I smirk, I make fun, they get mad, I move on. Here's my simple rule. If you get mad, you lose. Like that's my simple rule for all this. If I make you seethe, if you get mad, I win. And I do it to everybody. I keep people up until 4 a.m. while I'm sleeping soundly on my pillow. Well, I'm just, and I'm getting a nice full evening's rest next to a beautiful woman getting ready for the next show. There's people up at 3, 4 a.m. and they're just living for Steel Toe, and they're just Aaron. And I wish I could explain to them. I wish I could help them. I really do. That they're a fan, and I'm in total control of them. And Steel Toe's won. You see this? It's my moneymaker right there. That's the W. Sam Show says, you gave him attention when he clearly didn't deserve any. I was interested in what the fuck, I just kept seeing clips of this guy and he's losing his mind and I just wanted to talk to him, I'm glad that, we didn't make a fool of him. We didn't make him look silly. In fact, even people who hate Steel Toe were like, man, Aaron's a fucking good interviewer and he got some good shit out of Karmic. And as you can see, we helped him a ton. He went on Steel Toe. He got the Steel Toe bump. Now he's up over 100. We helped the guy out a bunch, and I'm glad we could. I just hope he doesn't let these people get to him. Remember, Karmic, you smirk, they seethe, you win. That's how it goes, buddy. That's how it goes. I don't have time to fuck around with these crazy retards who, get sleep deprivation because of the toe. I got to water my daughter's flowers. Jeez. Well, not anymore. I mean, it's been living in a cold rainforest for the last 24 hours. I saw this Twitter account this morning. I liked this, but it also made me sad. It's called Did Kash Patel Publish Epstein's List Today? It's and all it is every day they just tweet day 85, no. Day 86, no. Day 87, no. Day 88, no. 89, no. We're not getting it, guys. We're not getting it. I mean, between Kash Patel saying that, Kash Patel going, oh, yeah, Epstein totally killed himself. Epstein killed himself, and we totally think that's, we can close the book on that. And then every time they tell him, hey, is the Epstein, are the files coming? And they're like, oh, yeah, it's, any day now. And it's like, can we get a day? That would be great. Yeah, well, it's on its way. We'll see. I'm beyond, I'm not frustrated anymore about the Epstein stuff. I just, there comes a time where you go, all right, where you've decided you're not going to have hope anymore, right? And then something happens where you go, all right, fuckers, one more time, I'm going to have hope. I'm going to have hope one more time. I'm going to choose to be hopeful. And then they shit all over that. And you go, well, now I'm done. Now I'm good. And that's kind of what this second term of the Trump administration has done for me with like the deep state stuff. Because like his first term, they're going to, drain the swamp, dismantle the deep state. They never did. And so then we get it this second time, and I'm like, I know better. They're not doing shit. You can't dismantle that deep state. You can't drain that swamp. There's no head of the snake. It's a Medusa. It's a conglomerate. There's multiple heads. They just grow back. But then he started appointing people that aren't supposed to be there, and I went, all right, you know what? One more time. Once more into the breach, ye men, ye merry band of brothers. We're going to do this thing. And then they go on Fox News and they go, oh, yeah, Epstein totally killed himself. And you're like, motherfucker, why do I do this? Why do I do this to myself? You know, thinking that they're ever going to drain the swamp or beat the deep state is like being a Vikings fan. Every year you go, this is it, guys. I think we finally got it. And you go 14-3 and you're like, holy shit, we've got this. We're going to do it this time. Nobody can stop us. And then you get blown the fuck out and you go, why? Why did I do it again? All of the warning signs were there. People were telling me this is a bad idea. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? And that's my thoughts on the Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Fox News interview. It's not their fault. It's mine. I'm the one who decided to have hope again. Tim Finman, you're right. You meant Hydra, not Medusa. Well, wait a minute. Medusa had every thing of her hair. They have snakes on them, right? They got the snakes on them with the hair. Medusa still works, doesn't it? I thought now you're making me self-conscious. Medusa and Hydra both work. Hail Hydra. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says Trump surrounded himself with swamp creatures, just like he did with his first time. He surrounds himself with mostly DEI hires and people that suck his D. This was predictable. That does get in the way sometimes. Like Trump's ego does get in the way sometimes. Tim says, yeah, snake hair, Hydra regrew heads. All right, so I'm mixing up my mythology. Dub says Gorgon. Guys, don't do this. This is a very classic Steel Toe audience thing to do. I just made one metaphor. We don't need to start naming all multi-headed things. It's not. We don't need to go down this road. I feel like sometimes I make I'm making a broader point, like a greater point, and you guys go, oh wait, this is a metaphor thing, and you start leaning. It's like, no, it's not about. Forget the metaphor. Don't worry about it. It's not the point. The point is deep state. The point is swamp. It's not about. No, see now, 09 Canyon, you're doing the thing I told you not to do. He says Cerebrus. No, but that's guys. That's not important. Let's focus more on the fact that Trump brings these people in. We think they're going to do something nice, and then they fall in line. That's all I'm saying. No, Coltrane, not Magneto. That's not. But even if it was Magneto, it's not the guys. That's not the important part. No, Veldrain, not Chimera. It's again, none of these things are necessary. It doesn't matter who the character is. Fauci's pangolin, Rosie O'Donnell, is not even a mythological creature. Oh my! No, not Optimus Prime either, you guys. Again, I think the more things you name, the further we get away from the fact that I'm talking about Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and their failure to give us the truth on any of these things. No, guys, it has nothing to do with Captain Planet or Ellen DeGeneres or there's no Fagnito. That doesn't exist. No, Jeff Jordan, not the Chupacabra. That's not. None of this is a metaphor for the Chupacabra. No, Nader Pete, not that. I'm Thanos. Not this. I'm not literally Thanos. That would be Josh Brolin. I'm saying I snap my fingers and people turn to dust. Not Larry Bird. Not a delicious Wawa Sizzly. None of this. Not Gargamel. Give Me Tips thinks they've got it, and they go, oh, you meant Dennis Quaid. Not in the least. Not in the least. In fact, I meant the complete opposite of Dennis Quaid. Whatever you think Dennis Quaid is, I meant the polar opposite of that. I don't, I'm starting to think that maybe this show is not the place for heady policy discussion. I'm starting to think that after 10 years, maybe this is not the place people should be going to get accurate, insightful news commentary. I mean, I really hope that's not the case, but after I made a Medusa reference and you guys thought I meant Dennis Quaid, I'm starting to think that maybe we don't have the brain power to pull this thing off. Not Cruella DeVille. I'm just looking through some of these. No, Nader P., not Randy Quaid. I shouldn't have literally said the exact opposite of Dennis Quaid because that would be Randy Quaid. But no, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are not Randy Quaid because at least when the shitter got full, Randy Quaid emptied it. That's the big difference. Not Pegasus. No. Not Michael Dudikoff. Why? Not Rihanna either. Coltrane. No, not Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Hestia or Dionysus. Got to be one of them. It's not. Guys, I'm not. Miss Tay, you're not helping either. Not She-Ra, Princess of Power. None of those. Guys, focus here. Multi-headed snake, right? Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, they can't just release shit. There's the FBI, then there's deep state operatives inside the FBI. They won't allow these guys. There's probably power behind the throne that threatens their family and threatens their lives. And that's why they can't release the Epstein stuff. And that's why they can't release the Trump assassination truths and all of those things. I'm talking about, it's a metaphor about a multi-headed snake. And it's not a Lundra Blaze Rexstart parody account. Sam Show says you sound unhinged. Now I understand what I do to Nobody Likes Onions fans. Now I understand what I do to Nick. Now I understand what I do to Patrick because you've now done it to me. I drive them insane. Now I feel bad if this is how they feel on a regular basis. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize what I'd done to you. I'm an evil man. An evil man. And no, Joan of Arc has nothing to do with this. JH says the Hydra. And yep, we're going with Hydra. I meant Hydra. Yeah. I meant Hydra. That's exactly what we're talking about. End of discussion. Only this audience can kill 7 minutes with a Medusa metaphor. Great job, guys. I don't deserve you. Redbird disagrees. 191 Redbird with $2 says you really do deserve us. Don't know what I did. Don't know what I did. You illegally disseminated a photo of. I get it. All right. I know literally what I did. You scandalized your children and brought them to a drug. I understand. It was wrong. I've done my redemption arc and I've won the war. What do you want from me? It has nothing to do with Cromwell or Medusa or Martin Van Buren. See, Hobo, when you expand your skill set, you're so much better. You're so much better when you expand that skill set. You have no idea. You're limiting. You're self-limiting. Now I sound like one of Hobo Chili Recipes' teachers back in the day. You know, you have so much more potential than you put out there, Hobo. Did they call you Hobo in school? Hobo, young Mr. and Mrs. Chili Recipe. Young Hobo here is such a smart boy. He doesn't apply himself. He just doesn't. And if he applied himself and he used his talents for good, then young Hobo here would make the Chili Recipe family proud. I think I'm actually, pretty spot on with that one. All right, let's keep going. 305 is our number for today. When we knock out today's goal, everything on PayPal and Venmo that's over the goal goes to Johnny. We're going to go to help out Johnny there. That's what we did last night. That's what we're going to do today. Did you guys see that the WNBA is launching an investigation into hate crimes? God, or hate speech. I shouldn't say hate crime. It's going to be a hate crime eventually. But the WNBA, there was a volleyball team. I think it was Duke volleyball. Remember the girls' volleyball team was like, and there were there were spectators in the crowd, and those spectators in the crowd were shouting racial slurs at one of our black volleyball players. And then the college, I think it was Kentucky, I'm not sure, they go, we filmed the whole thing. Like, here's all the tapes, here's all the recordings. Nobody yelled anything. And like everyone was so gassed up and ready to go. They're like, yeah, we love hate speech stories. It totally confirms all of our beliefs and we never have to check ourselves. So they ran with that, and they said, okay, there's all these hate crimes and all this hate speech that happened. And then they review the tapes and they go, guys, nothing happened. This person faced 0 hateful comments, 0 racism. There was some heckling from the opposing crowd, but that's, nothing that you wouldn't normally get in a game. Well, now they've got the same thing going on with this Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing in the WNBA. And to be honest, it's like the most news the WNBA's ever gotten, so I would go ahead and milk it too. But the WNBA is doing this fucking pussy thing. All the eyes are on you, and you have a chance to show we're just like the guys. And you fumble and you fuck it up. So Angel Reese shoved one of the Indiana players in the back and then grabbed the rebound. No foul was called. So Caitlin Clark hammered Angel Reese as like hey, fucking cut the shit. And then it became a white-black thing. It became a race thing. And now there's people saying, oh, I think Angel Reese was saying, oh, yeah, there's fans yelling racial taunts at me. Like, first of all, if you're going to be like men's basketball, if you're going to say we're just like the men, then fucking you got to put up with heckling, okay? It's part of the game. Shit gets yelled all the time. Shut the fuck up. But now the WNBA, who finally has people watching it, goes, well, now we're going to investigate hate speech. We're going to comb through the crowd of thousands of people, and we're going to find all the meanie bajinis saying nasty things. Gotta fuck it. Like, is the WNBA allergic to success? They've got to be. You've got this rivalry. It's Magic versus Bird. It's Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. And what are you going to do? And because organizations like ESPN are fucking liberal race baiting groups, of course now ESPN is going to go, yeah, let's lean into the racial element of this. Yeah, let's stoke those flames. Let's create more division where it doesn't exist. To quote Stone Cold Steve Austin, it ain't a white thing, it ain't a black thing, it's a me kicking your ass thing. Stone Cold Steve Austin, of course, one of the great civil rights leaders of our time, famous for his feud with the Nation of Domination. So Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese have this little back and forth. Indiana beats the living dog fuck out of Chicago. And now the WNBA says, oh, well, Angel Reese was booed by fans. Well, so fucking what? She's hateable. She's a cunt. She's not a nice, wholesome girl like that white Caitlin Clark. I mean, like that Caitlin Clark. So she gets booed. She gets hated. She's the heel. Well, now the WNBA, instead of going, hey, this is a juicy rivalry, this is heated, let's embrace this, let's promote it, they're announcing plans for its No Space for Hate platform on Thursday, billing it as a multi-dimensional platform designed to combat hate and promote respect across all WNBA spaces, from online discourse to in-arena behavior. There's only one problem. Nobody has come out with a shred of evidence that shows that anybody said or did anything racial to Angel Reese. It's just coming up out of this because the WNBA and ESPN and all these other places can't admit that they just want the race baiting. They want the attention. They want to do blaxploitation, essentially. Oh, Caitlin Clark is really famous and she's white. And that creates a lot of resentment amongst some black fans. Angel Reese is black. We'll make her our black superhero. Her and Caitlin Clark, and we'll expose. And then on our opinion shows, we'll give the hot take. We'll put it out into the ether that this is a race thing. And then other people will say it's a race thing. We'll create division. It's like, or, and hear me out, we could just fucking play basketball. And you could have a nice little rivalry. But no, we can't do anything in this country without making shit worse and exploiting it to divide people further. So the WNBA, instead of proving they can be just like the guys and have fun rivalries and cool playoff, playoff takes, instead we get no space for hate, and they're going to stop all the racism that they can't even prove is happening. Cool. Redbird with $5 says, if you could bring up the last time your audience was reasonable or ever let something go that you did. Oh, no, they've all, as Donald Trump once said, very fine people. Very fine people. Hydra is what we meant to say. Veldrain with $1 says WNBA stands for wow, no boobs anywhere. What about those two blonde chicks? Aren't there like two really hot blonde chicks in the NBA right now? Buffalo Jockey with $1 says you're reporting on multiple day-old WNBA drama. That explains the ratings. New boot goofing. We're fucking doing great. Our numbers are up. I'm very happy about it. Subscriptions up 111%. Very happy. Views right where they are. Chevrolet JB with $1 says, what the fuck is the WNBA? Lamau WNBA auto-corrected to NBA. Did it really? Even your phone doesn't want to acknowledge that the WNBA exists. This is fantastic. $300 away from today's goal. Again, anything we go over today is on PayPal and Venmo is going towards our boy Johnny. Oh, shit. Jesus, thank God. Someone just reminded me of a very big meeting I have today. I would have, oh my God, I would have fucking forgot about that. I have a little show meeting today in town, and I'm so excited about the trip and everything else. I would have blown it off, and that would have been like the worst fucking possible thing I could have done. Hey, you have that meeting today? Fuck, that's right. You know what they say? He'd forget his head if it wasn't attached. Shit. Oh, boy. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Aaron is just preparing himself for when he has to talk about the Lynx when he's doing overnights on KNSI. Also, I find it very funny that my old friend Paul Shea, you can tell in his voice, he's fucking terrified of me coming back because he knows the second I'm back on radio, ain't nobody listening to anything but Steel Toe in this area. He's fucking terrified. I'm milking his fear for everything it's worth. All right, let's move on. Everybody hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, become a member, become a subscriber, whatever. Throw a couple of bucks in. All the links are in the chat. $300 is the number for today. Nice and even. Thank you very, very much, John Jaminko. That was very funny. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, was Nick at a Timberwolves game recently? I think I know what you're about to post. You're not the first person who sent this to me with the same caption, as it were. Here we go.
What's up, y'all? Play those bongos. Come on now.
Have you seen that? Now watch again. It'll replay. So this guy, either this was a thing. They're saying, oh, this guy was caught doing a bump on the Jumbotron. Let's big screen it because it's a little tough to see. The Timberwolves have done this a lot before. They'll purposely put certain shit up on the screen to have a viral moment. Like one time I was at a Timberwolves game and they had this fat guy take his shirt off and start dancing in the aisle. And they're like, oh, man, that's a crazy random moment that happened at the Timberwolves game. It obviously wasn't. It was a PR thing. I think this is, too. They put people up on the Jumbotron, and they caught this guy doing a bump of coke. Right there.
What's up, y'all?
Tapping it
Play
out.
those bongos. Yeah. Come on now.
I don't buy it. I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to be the guy to tell the kids that there's no Santa Claus. I don't like being the party pooper. But I have a hard time believing that a guy just pulled out like a little bullet of coke, tapped it out on his hand, and did a bump right there. Right there. Oh, my God. Actual Steel Toe fan. Did Shay really tell you he's number one in St. Cloud? Oh, my God. You guys understand that at some point you're going to have to understand pretty much everything said on a Patrick Melton-related broadcast is a complete lie. Wow, you guys are gullible. I tell you, if you're a Steel Toe fan, you are made of a superior intellect because those people are like retard fish who eat anything they throw into the water. They are so, Aaron lives in their heads so rent-free that as long as you just tell them something Aaron related, they're like, if it's bad, I'll believe it. I do get an actual Steel Toe wear. I will be honest. I do get entertained by you guys. I do get a kick out of you guys, like how in your head I am and how much I own you guys. But it's kind of small comfort because I also realize you're not very bright and it's not that difficult, but it's still kind of fun. There's a lot of giggling done at your expense. I'm sorry. Hey, do you think they're going to give Donald Trump a Nobel Prize? Yeah, me neither. I was just kidding. He might actually be. I think anyone who ends this Ukraine-Russia thing or anyone who puts a stop to the Israel-Hamas stuff, I think it's a no-brainer that person should get a Nobel Peace Prize. The only issue is the person who might end up doing that is Donald Trump, and they're never in a million years going to give him a Nobel Prize. Yesterday it was announced that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin were on the phone for 2 hours. And now Putin and Zelensky, Russia and Ukraine, have agreed to direct peace talks. Not like Trump talks to Putin, then Trump talks to Zelensky, and we play a big international game of telephone. This is Putin, Zelensky, their representatives all sitting down together, coming up with terms that will end the war. And honestly, I think the reasonable end to this war is a vote in the Donbass region about what they want to do. Just let the people in the Donbass decide their fate. Do they want to be an independent country? Do they want to be part of Russia? Do they want to be part of Ukraine? I think if we can get everybody to agree, the UN runs the election. Russia doesn't run it. Ukraine and Russia have nothing to do with the election. Maybe the United States and China run the election together. One country from each side. Or the United States and Iran run the election. I don't know. And that is how we get an end to this war. Because the people in the Donbass, a lot of them are culturally Russian. And between the three choices, the two most popular are independent country and become a part of Russia. If we wouldn't have simped so hard for Ukraine and we wouldn't have pushed the NATO thing, this war never would have happened. We pushed Russia. We called their bluff. Or we bluffed, and they called our bluff and they invaded. So now we got to figure a way out of this. And I don't think you can figure a way out of this without Ukraine losing something, unfortunately for them. For Putin, it seemed to be a much less momentous event. Putin did not clear his schedule. He phoned in from a school for gifted children in the Black Sea resort of Sochi, squeezing in Trump amid a tour of the facility. God, CNN, this is a CNN article, by the way. Fuck, they are so petty. They're like, Trump put aside his afternoon to talk to Putin. Putin just called him from a school in the Black Sea. Like, CNN is so brain broken by Trump. They have such bad Trump derangement syndrome that they're actively basically glazing Vladimir Putin. It's such a mind fuck, too, because for the last decade, we've been hearing about what a terrible guy Putin is. And can you believe Trump is, a Russian agent, basically? And now when it suits them, they're like, Putin's such a strong leader. He's such a Chad. Trump's a retard. It's just, how do you take these people seriously? If I thought that President Putin did not want to get this over with, I wouldn't even be talking about it. I'd just pull out, Trump said. I think he's had enough. Now, a lot of the rest of this article is a lot of CNN bullshit. But let's be very clear. If we were doing this fairly, and we're totally not, if this war ended and it ended because of something Trump did, he 100% deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. Will not get it. Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize and he didn't even fucking do anything. Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for getting elected president. And then when it came to warfare, boy, did that didn't age very quickly. Bombing everything that moves, drone bombings in Yemen and all over the Middle East. And then the Libya thing. And, continuing Iraq, continuing Afghanistan, never getting out of there. And he got a Nobel Peace Prize for it. And Trump, he could end Russia-Ukraine, a war that Biden helped start. Trump could end Israel-Hamas. They're not going to give it to him. They're going to pretend that this guy's some kind of a warmonger. That's what they do during the election. They're like, oh, yeah, Trump's going to start World War III. Trump's going to cause the Third World War. It's like Trump's the only person telling Israel to go fuck themselves. He's the only one telling Israel that if you do a full-scale invasion of the Gaza Strip, we're out. We're not backing you. He's also said we're not going to war with Iran per Israel's orders. Israel wants us to start a war with Iran. They have for 25 years now, at least. And Trump says, no, we're not doing it. And they're going to be like, oh, no, Trump's the warmonger president. He's the only guy I've seen who's trying to get out of there. I mean, Afghanistan, that withdrawal was negotiated by Donald Trump, executed by Joe Biden so well. Maybe that's how he got prostate cancer all that time with his head up his ass. It's not good for you. Veldrain with $1 says Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for being black. So, but he really did. I mean, he did get a Nobel Peace Prize for being a black president. That's the long and short of it. He had black skin and he won an election. Nobel Peace Prize. Congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. They ain't giving him shit. I saw people tweeting about it yesterday. Like, oh my God, this is huge. If Russia and Ukraine come to the table, and you know what? Rumble chat, hit me up. Who are they going to give the Nobel Peace Prize to that year if Ukraine-Russia ends? You know the answer. I want to see how sharp and how smart our audience is. You know for a fact they ain't giving the Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump if he brokers a peace between Russia and Ukraine. You know exactly who these New World Order fucks are going to give that award to if Russia and Ukraine stop fighting. There's one guy who's getting it, and it ain't down. No, Das Optic Nerve, it is not Shiloh Hendris, although that would be awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have decided that the Nobel Peace Prize this year will be given to the man who has inspired peace across multiple nations, the one and only
Say his name and
Shiloh
he
Hendris.
appears. I believe
Everybody
in Joe
together.
Hendry. I believe in
Let's
Joe
bring him up here,
Hendry.
sir, for the thing.
London and Paris and Tokyo, America,
All right.
Scotland and Canada.
Everybody at the same time, we turn around to give him the trophy.
Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
That is going to be the man who wins the Nobel Prize. He is so over. How can we not give him the Nobel Prize? I don't like that when I ask you guys for stuff, you purposely give me the wrong answer. But then again, whose fault is that? Is it your fault for not giving me the answer I'm clearly leading you on to give me? Or is it my fault for thinking you're ever going to give me the right answer? Like, thank you, bigot on socialist media. He says they're going to give the Nobel Peace Prize to Zelensky. Yes, if Russia and Ukraine stop fighting and Donald Trump brokers the peace, they're still going to give Zelensky that award, 100%. But then the rest of the chat goes, Captain Planet, Biden, Dylan Mulvaney, Professor Xavier, Biden for his ass cancer, Florence Nightingale, Karmic, Puff Daddy, Kanye, Dennis Quaid, Colonel Gaddafi, who was sodomized to death a decade ago, Optimus Prime, Desmond Tutu, Destro. It's not Pee-wee Herman. None of these are going to April. None of these people are going to win. Why would April win a Nobel Prize if Russia and Ukraine? Although that'd be a hell of a redemption arc, to be honest. Saint Caesar has been wanting me to play this AI Darth Vader Fortnite racist thing. Caesar, I'll finally relent. I mean, Most people, if they're going to keep sending me something, they throw a little 5 or a 10 our way and then send it in. But you know what? You've spammed me enough and I like you enough that I'm going to go ahead and play it. And then you're going to throw in a couple bucks and say, thanks, Aaron. You're going to gift a membership. You're going to say, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that.
Freaking, fucking.
What?
Such vulgarity does not become you.
Not allowed.
Spanish, a useful tongue for smugglers and spice traders. Its strategic value is very well.
This is fucking retarded. So there's a Darth Vader in Fortnite, and he says dumb shit. This sounds like something that 8-year-olds would enjoy.
Say it again. Orc tour. These skibidi toilets. Are they some new form of rebel alliance?
Can you riz me up?
If Riz equates to mastery of the Force, apprentice, then my Riz is unquestionable.
This is what you've been bothering me about since the evening show last night? Aaron, have you seen the AI Darth Vader Fortnite thing? And you know what all my impulses told me? All of my impulses told me, Aaron, it's going to suck. It's going to be terrible. Nobody's going to like it. You're going to have to shit on it and make Sane Caesar feel bad if you're going to entertain the audience with this in any way, shape, or form. And then the whole audience is going to make fun of Sane Caesar and say that his thing was fucking stupid. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. If you've got something for the show, make sure it's good.
Or farming. Are you suggesting I concern myself with trivial aesthetics? Hatsune Miku, you inquire about mommy ASMR. Explain this phenomenon. Does it involve lullabies or some other form of psychological manipulation? Tell me. The gritty, is that some form of involuntary muscle spasm? Apprentice? I trust it does not indicate weakness. The bite.
You know, a lot of the times you just have to trust yourself and you have to trust your instincts and you have to trust that even though your audience is great and your listeners are fantastic people and they're wonderful, that sometimes they don't have the best ideas and you need to pass on some of them. I'll be honest with you, I don't know how many of you were waiting for Darth Vader to say the N-word, but that's kind of the tip I was on. What are you going to do? Let's go to McBuster. He says, Riz is generational lingo branding, and I refuse to abide by it. I have 3 kids, so I like to use their lingo to embarrass them. I tell them I've got Riz all the time. I can't say skibbity, though. It's so retarded. I can't. That's a bridge I can't cross. I'll say Riz all day. And there's a couple of other ones, but Riz I like. It's fun. I get it now. I get why my parents used to do it to me. Use their lingo to make them cringe. There might not be any more enjoyment as a parent than making your kids cringe out over saying their shit. Chad Warren with a good point. He says, what think tank creates lame buzzwords? Right? Who's creating these words? And Sam Show, we know. You think it's the Jews. Fly High, who's a big Steel Toe fan. We won him over yesterday. He loves us. Throwing in funny lines already. I love this guy. He says, I wouldn't trust your instincts. Look where it's gotten you. Playing radio in your basement. For 5 years now. 5 years. Almost 5 whole years. Doing it successfully. I mean, but doing it nonetheless. No, that's, I wouldn't trust your instincts. Fly High. You'll get it. You have to be a little smarter to be a fan of this show. That was the joke. You see, on this show, we don't have 60 IQ retards like NLO who need everything shoveled into their faces. Here, we can do the smallest amount of subtlety and people kind of get the joke. You'll get it, buddy. It's a step up from what you're used to, but you're going to catch up and you're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. Fly High. You need to up your game a little bit, but I think you're going to get there. Drive some nuts. All right, guys, this is going to blow your mind. You're not going to believe this. So they've looked at population growth since COVID, where the majority of people are living, and you're not going to believe this. The biggest cities of growth since the lockdowns in 2020 and 2021 are in Florida and Texas. Now, that to me, that's just insane because Texas and Florida were the two states that were the most irresponsible and the most murderous, and they were trying to get the most people killed during the pandemic by letting them do things like go to work and go to bars and go to the beach and go outside and talk to people and shop. I mean, they were doing all these irresponsible things that we were told would lead to a Holocaust. And now people apparently like those places and they want to live there. Places with 0% state income tax. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I've been told my whole life that all those things are terrible. The 15 fastest growing U.S. cities of the last 3 years: Princeton City, Texas; Fallshear City, Texas; Leesburg City, Florida; Salina City, Texas; Anna City, Texas. I think they just put city on the end of all these. Anna, Texas; Foley, Alabama. Oh, there's an Alabama in there. Hey, check this out. Rosemont, Minnesota, number 9. And as a person who's familiar with Rosemont, Minnesota, I just have one question. Fucking why? I don't. Wow, Aaron, you guys have one of the top 10 fastest growing cities in America. Why do you think that is? I don't know. It depends. Which city is it? It's Rosemont. No fucking clue. Well, what's the coolest thing in Rosemont? A dollar store? Why would Rosemont, Minnesota? It grew by 10.6% over the last couple of years, and it's the 9th fastest growing city in the country. Somebody got tricked. I don't know. Whoever the tourism marketing campaign specialist is in Rosemont, Minnesota, they need a promotion. They need to work for a bigger New York City and San Francisco. Like a lot of these dying metropolitan areas need to hire whoever's working at Rosemont, because whatever dirty, rotten fucker tricked people into moving to Rosemont at the rate of 10.6%, they deserve an award. They should be a propaganda minister somewhere. Trampling at the Zoo says Rosemont is popular because there are less blacks. Correct that. No blacks. Yeah, Rusty Grammar says it's just cornfields. That's it. It's just like Rosemont, like, you know, I can't speak for any of these other cities on the list. Like, obviously, we have fans in Texas and Florida and all these places, and they can tell us about these different cities. People expect me to be able to tell them stuff about Minnesota towns. Like, hey, Aaron, what's up with this one? When it comes to Rosemont, I've been there for baseball tournaments when I was a kid. It's shit. There's no reason to live there. You're not missing anything. Hulkamasha Baby says some old farmers sold some land to a builder, apparently. I don't know. Maybe people, maybe they got confused. Maybe they thought it was somewhere else. I mean, I definitely can understand why, like, all but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all but 6. So 9 of the top 15 fastest growing cities in the country are in Florida and Texas. I mean, I totally understand why. It's the only states that were encouraging, well, the only warm states that were encouraging freedom and ability to move and keep stuff open. And I just think of it. It's funny to go back to COVID and think of how low the bar was for a place being good. It was, hey, they let you go outside. They let you have a drink and sit at a table. It's like, wow, that sounds like paradise. Oh, it really, I mean, the more you think back to that time, the more you just think, God, we were just fucking led around by the nose, weren't we? Just led around by the nose completely. $300 away from today's goal. Guys, once we hit today's goal, once we go over, everything on PayPal and Venmo and Streamlabs is going to go directly to Johnny. He's in the hospital currently. He's got a leg infection. They're working on that with some antibiotics. They're keeping him there for observation for a while. So if you feel like throwing in, once we Once we take care of our business here on this program, we're gonna send the rest his way. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, of course, if you want to gift some memberships and things like that, we always appreciate that, and we appreciate your generosity and your kindness towards this program. You're under 300 by 7 o'clock, so we're on pace. I say by 8:30 we get under 200, and we're looking great for today. Thank you, guys. All right, we got a little Ben Shapiro this morning. I really don't like him. Apparently, Ben Shapiro thinks that you all need to be working past the age of 65, so you can contribute to the economy. What I mean by contribute to the economy is he believes that you should all be basically tax mayors for Israel. Let's go ahead and listen to this little rant from Ben Shapiro. He's been going on his rants lately about how any of us who don't want to be involved in Israel's war, we're all anti-Semitic. He and Mark Levin have really been the most obnoxious people on this Israel stuff. And it is so funny to watch these snakes change colors with the leaves, To watch these guys, like, America first, we're patriots. These liberals don't love this country. And then the minute we as Americans go, hey, when we said make America great again? And when we said America first? Hey, fuckhead, we meant it. We meant we don't want to be involved in your foreign wars. And the minute that happens, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, the Yarmulke Brigade, they come in and they go, well, you guys, if you're Mark Levin, you guys are all a bunch of racists. Mark Levin's the one who said, if you call someone a neocon, it's an anti-Semitic slur. By the way, Mark Levin, easiest impression to do ever. You just have to talk through your nose as much as you humanly can. You just have to go. And you have to yell at anyone who doesn't want to bomb brown people for Israel. Well, the only way you can clearly call yourself a patriotic American is if you want to drop bombs on poor, innocent Muslims for the benefit of Israel. We want to take the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, so you need to kill all the Muslims for us. What? How is that? I don't understand how that's patriotic for Americans. And then you got Ben Shapiro, who's more of the laid back race baiter. When it comes to the Israel stuff, he's more like, I'm going to use facts and logic to explain to you why America first means that we should do everything Israel wants to do. And if you say we shouldn't do everything Israel wants to do, then you clearly hate Jews, you're anti-Semitic, and you're probably a Nazi. It's amazing how bad it is to call everyone a Nazi when it's the left doing it. But when Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin want to call everybody a Nazi for not supporting every brown person Israel wants to slaughter, then all of a sudden it's totally fine to call everyone Nazis. It never ceases to amaze me. Here's Ben telling you lazy fuckers that if you retire at 65, you're a piece of shit because we got Palestinians to bomb, bro.
And let's be real about this. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden, if that were the case, Joe Biden should not be running for president. Hey, Joe Biden is 81 years old. The retirement age in the United States at which you start to receive Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare is 65. Joe Biden...
It's funny that a guy who sits there with a leftist tears mug cries all the time. I always found that interesting about Ben. You should all be working past 65. Why are you being so fucking lazy? All of you goy need to be generating tax revenue for me.
Has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue in office until he is 86, which is 19 years past when he would be...
I mean, this didn't age well because now, as we know, Biden wouldn't have made it anyway. I mean, he would have, he's probably on his way out, most likely, which, by the way, I'm not celebrating that, obviously. It's terrible. He's got cancer. And then, I don't know if you heard yesterday, but now Dilbert's got cancer. Dilbert got the same asshole prostate cancer that Biden got. Scott Adams announced yesterday he'll be dead this summer, which, by the way, we'll watch it in a second. We watched it on the evening show last night. It's a pretty jarring announcement, like to watch someone who can just comfortably sit there and go, this summer I will be dead. And I think summer starts in literally 30 days. It's wild.
Eligible for retirement. No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old.
Fuck you. Like let's say someone skips college, gets a job at some place at 18, moves up and down the company ladder for 47 years. 47 years doing the same thing. And you don't think that's enough? God, Ben, you are a piece of shit. I really don't like him. It ain't a Republican thing. It ain't a Democrat thing. It ain't a white thing. It ain't a black thing. It's a Jewish thing. It's not a Jewish. I have to take him off the screen a minute because I have to see the chat and I have to see how they're reacting to that one. Fuck. I was going to say it's not a white thing. It's not a black thing. It's not a Jewish thing. And by the way, Approachable or anyone else, please don't clip that. Please don't clip that. Sam Show just writes, I win. Got to you and Vidam. Lab Glass writes, correct. Bigot on socialist media says, I agree. Chad says, if you don't greet people at 80 at Home Depot, you're a traitor, says Ben. Yeah, I think pretty much. Helgi says, nailed it. I'm proud of you. Beltrain says, we got another one, right, Vidam? God damn it. I really did just walk right into that one, didn't I? It's not a white thing. It's I said, what did I say? It's not a Republican thing. It's not, well, somebody will clip it in a second here. It's not a Republican thing. It's not a Democrat thing. It's not a white thing. It's not a black thing. It's a Jewish thing. That's not how I meant to say it. The Republican writes, oops. Approachable says, how does that foot taste that you just shoved into your mouth? I'm just waiting for the clip to come out. I want to see that one back. I want to have that one played back. I want to see if it's as bad as I remember it from a couple seconds ago. Somebody with $1 says, I'd like to see dumb fuck Ben try working in the trades for 35 to 40 years instead of being a Jew and talking in front of a camera. Sam Show says the foot is fine. It's coated in kosher salt. Helgi says, now that's what I call another win for the toe. That was not supposed to come out that way. What I meant to say was it's not a Republican or a Democrat thing. It's not a white or a black thing. It's not a Jewish thing. It's him being an insufferable douche thing. But I believe the train has already left the station. Probably shouldn't do a train metaphor. God damn it. All right, Ben, you were saying about, these spoiled senior citizens who, want to stop working at a reasonable age so they can enjoy their golden years. Fuck them, right, Ben?
Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem.
What a fucking dick. I don't think they're I don't get it. I'm very funny. I'm very smart. I do a wonderful show. We hit all of our goals. I'm so much more likable than this guy. Yet, what the fuck? I'm a million times funnier. I don't get it. I don't get how this becomes popular. Have we just become this shitty as human beings that this is by the way, Sam Show is going to tell us exactly why he's popular. But I'm old school in terms of broadcasting. I think you have to have a modicum of charm and likability. And you also have to be a little, you got to be able to poke the bear as well. But Ben's just a mean dick. And he has no sense of humor about anything.
Everybody that I know who is...
if I told Ben, I go, there's a Jew in a canoe, who tips first? He's not going to find that funny. There's nothing wrong with that joke.
Who is elderly, who has retired, is dead within 5 years. And if you talk to people who are elderly and they lose their purpose in life by losing their job and they stop working, things go to hell in a handbasket real quick. But
my mother and father have been retired for 12 years. My dad got a part-time job to keep himself busy. He made it one day and quit. He's like, fuck that. I'm retired. I don't need to do it. He thought he needed something to keep himself busy. He's like, fuck all that. So I love this. Everyone who retires early dies. That's 1,000,000,000% not true.
Put all of that aside, just on a fiscal level and on a logical level.
So wait a minute. If everybody who retires dies, Ben's idea is, why don't you just work until you die? Nice, Ben. Nice.
When Franklin Delano Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States was 63 years old. Today, the average life expectancy in the United States is close to 80. It's totally insane that you believe that you
So how awesome would it be to have 15 of your final years when you have grandkids and great-grandkids? How awesome would it be to have unlimited amounts of free time to spend time with them? Family is not important. I'm a Jewish robot. Emotions don't matter. GDP doesn't care about your feelings.
should be able to work from the time that you are essentially 20 to the time that you are 65, which is a 45-year period.
That's a long fucking time to work, dude. That's a long time to work.
Pay in, and then you will receive Social Security benefits sufficient to support you and your family, you and your wife or whatever, for like another 20 years. That's crazy talk. That is not fiscally sustainable.
Okay, you're talking about Social Security. I would eliminate Social Security, let people keep their payroll tax money, both companies and employees, and let them invest that for that 45 years, and I think they'd do a lot better. That's a personal responsibility thing, Ben. You're talking about Social Security. I'm talking about if people have a pension and they want to retire at 65 years old, or they've saved for 40 years, and they want to retire at 65 years old, and Ben going, that's gay, that's retarded, that's stupid, you shouldn't do that. Who the fuck are you?
The notion that if you have to raise the retirement age to 67 or 68, that everyone is going to fall apart. My parents are that age. My parents are not retired. And they shouldn't retire. It would be very bad for them to retire.
Fuck you, mom and dad, you pieces of shit. You need to harvest more Jew gold until your back breaks. Like what? Ben Shapiro's an asshole.
By the way, it's disrespectful to people who are 67, 68, 69 years old to suggest that they are in the same shape as people who are 65 were in 1940.
What gaslighting horseshit is this? Actually, 66 and 67-year-olds who are still working, it's really shitty of you to retire. You're shitting on them. Nobody is doing that. Work. If you find honor and dignity and purpose in your work, then by all means work until you die. But there's nothing wrong with retiring at 65 years. Jesus, Ben.
It's not true at all. Have you met a 65-year-old lately? 65-year-olds.
Yeah, they're fucking hot. Wouldn't that be funny if Ben was like, have you met a 65-year-old? I haven't met one I wouldn't fuck. You're like, Jesus, this is really getting weird. In fact, I was at a nursing home the other day, and I blew an old woman with Alzheimer's back out.
Are not old in the United States. They're not. 68-year-olds are not old in the United States.
Yes, they are, Ben. Yes, they are. I'm 38. I was at the gym yesterday, and my shoulders just started fucking hurting. I was boxing, and my shoulders I felt just in my rotator cuff area, I just felt tears. And I know I didn't really tear my rotator, but I felt just rips in my rotator cuffs as I was punching. And I'm like, that's not an injury. That's not a torn rotator cuff. I'm just old, and this amount of physical activity is causing soreness and pain. You just have to fight through it. But like, I'm 38. My body's starting to break down. 38 is a long time for a body to hold up. And I'm in better shape than, a lot of people Patrick, Nick, people like that. Like, I'm in better conditioning than those guys. And still, even if you have good conditioning, 38 is still an age where shit's just going to start hurting for no reason. So yes, Ben, 68 is old. We don't all exist to be tax revenue producers for your Hasidic empire in the Middle East.
Again, Joe Biden thinks he's not old, and that dude is running for president again, and that dude actually is old, and he's 81.
Well, that guy has his head up his ass. Well, at least a tumor the size of a head up his ass.
I fail to see how a country in which our entire leadership class is 80 plus is telling you that we should have a retirement age of 65. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I know, Ben. It's because retirement is fun. You do fun things. You wouldn't understand. God, Ben Shapiro's a fucking dickhead. He really is. Chad says, is there a class that can connect incels with old rich women? I'm pro recycling. Yeah, there's a Prince song called Illusion, Coma, Pimp, and Circumstance. It gives you the whole blueprint to finding a rich old bitch. Simple enough. Yeah, Sam Show says, telling people to work from a microphone is a wild look, isn't it? It really is a crazy look to say that to people. All right, let's go to Approachable. He's got the clip. Oh, boy. It's going to be bad, isn't it? 47 years. 47 years doing the same thing. And you don't think that's enough? God, Ben, you are a piece of shit. I really don't like him. It ain't a Republican thing. It ain't a Democrat thing. It ain't a white thing. It ain't a black thing. It's a Jewish thing. It ain't. Come on. No, that's not what I meant to say. Don't like him. It ain't a Republican thing. It ain't a Democrat thing. It ain't a white thing. It ain't a black thing. It's a Jewish thing. It ain't. It's not. Shit. And I'll be honest, I'm being greedy. I could watch that all day. It ain't a Republican thing. It ain't a Democrat thing. It ain't a white thing. It ain't a black thing. It's a Jewish thing. It ain't. Come on. How would fuck everybody who doesn't think this is the greatest show that ever existed? This show is fucking fire, dude. Oh my God. That is the worst. And you know why it's fire? It's because unlike the other hosts you watch, I have a sense of humor about myself. Shit like that is hilarious to me. Thank you very much to, whoa, shit. I had 3, Redbird. Oh, here we go. $5 from Redbird. He says, you don't have to have talent if you are artificially forced on every screen. Facts, dude. Facts on that one. Another $5 from Redbird. He says, everyone who shares this opinion don't work for a living and also always seems to benefit massively from my tax dollars. Another 5 from Redbird says he likes to debate. Let's find a crew doing asphalt in July and see if he gets his ass kicked. I mean, in fairness, the people, that's a good gig, doing the asphalt in July. Because if you do the asphalt in July, I know a couple of people who do this. You make a lot of money over the summer and you get to collect unemployment in the off season. And it's, for a lot of those people, it's enough money to support their families and shit. The work you have to do for those 5 or 6 months in the summer fucking sucks balls. It's the worst. But then you get to have a nice siesta, a nice relax in the off season. Here in Minnesota, I mean, if you got to do that shit year-round in the South, yeah, that's hardcore, man. That's hardcore. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, how can you hate Jewish people but not black people? What? Who says I hate either one of them? What? Who says I like any one of those things? Or hate? No, God damn it. Who says I hate either one of those things? Chad Warren says, yeah, this is my first time watching. I like it because it's about Trump, but it's funny to anybody, but it's also factual. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Do me a favor. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit subscribe. Follow the show. And tell a friend. Hey, Doorman, thank you very much. $100 coming from our boy Doorman. Give him an Elon.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
He says, how do you think the Timber Pups will fare this series? And let's do this for Johnny. Do you want what I want to happen, or do you want what I'm worried will happen? Because what I want to happen is the Timberwolves are going to win this thing in 5. We're going to split in Oklahoma City. We're going to win both games at the Target Center. And then we're going to take it to them in OKC. We're going to deflate them and beat them in 5. Now, I've never been more worried about a series this playoffs than I have been this one. I didn't really think the Lakers were shit. I mean, I know they were the 3 seed and we were the 6, but I think we were only behind them by a game or 2. So we were basically the same team. There's a lot of parity in the Western Conference. OKC, if you would have asked me starting the playoffs, like what's one team I don't want to play, I would have said OKC. I would have said I want to play Oklahoma City, not by a long shot. And now we're playing Oklahoma City. So I am worried. If we can win tonight, if we can take game 1, I feel good about where we're at. But anything short of that, it's going to be an uphill battle. Thank you, Doorman, for the $100. That's going to put us 185 away from today. Hey, boys and girls, do us a favor. The numbers are climbing. We're pushing 700. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. We've got a hot one going today, and I'm very excited. Buffalo Jockey gifting a subscription to Butt Cheese. Butt Cheese now has himself a subscription. Thank you very much to Doorman for that $100. We are now 185 away from today. And remember, every dollar we go over is going to Johnny, who's in the hospital. Anything on PayPal and Streamlabs and Venmo that we go over today, I'm going to Venmo to Johnny after the program. Chad with another $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, I was looking for a good morning show, and I found it. You're the anti-Ben Shapiro. Thank you, buddy. That's very nice of you. J.A. with $2 simply says, Slayer. Slayer indeed, sir. Lab Glass gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Lab Glass. Who got it? New guy got it. Guys, keep gifting memberships until Chad Warren gets one. We want Chad Warren to have an ad-free experience here on Steel Toe. And if you get a Rumble membership, you don't have to watch any ads. It's $5 a month for that membership. So gift one, and let's gift those until Chad gets one, and then we'll be happy. 175 is the number for today. You guys are crushing it. Thank you so much. We're way over. We don't usually need to be under 100 until 9:30, and it's 7:23. Thank you guys so much for the incredible generosity today. All right, let's go to this next one. I found this on Twitter yesterday, and honest to God, like, I think Andrew Tate might be the worst thing to happen to men since prostate cancer, because, like, he's put forth this idea of what a guy is, when really what he's put forth is what a douchebag is. Like, I don't like the term toxic masculinity. I think it's gay. But at the same time, there are people who push back so far in the other direction that you go, all right, if toxic masculinity does exist, it's this retardation. So there's this thing called alpha camp, where a wannabe drill sergeant basically yells at and humiliates people, and that's supposed to create alphas. Look, as a guy who trains fighters and a guy who coaches people and a guy who gets trained as well. By the way, the NLO crowd's going to really have a tough one. Don't worry, they won't walk it back. They won't admit they were wrong. The Safe Sport and USA Boxing thing has not convened. What's the opposite of that? When they're done. They're done with their whole thing. We sent them the documentation yesterday. No reason for suspension, according to them. So that's going to be, as soon as we get the official word that that's lifted, I would say we're back, but I never stopped. So they're not going to have to admit they're wrong. Don't worry. They won't. They don't have it in them. They don't have the fucking stones to admit the toe got them again. But sorry, reality slaps you in the face, boys and girls. We beat you again. You tried your hardest. I'll give you that. But when are you going to learn? You dropped your big nuke at Hackamania. Everybody called you gay for it. Nick started sexting with the pretty antisocial girls. Oh, and then somebody sent me an email yesterday. They forwarded me an email that they sent a lawyer. Apparently, did I hear right? Nick was accusing his former nanny of giving his kids booze. If he said that, I mean, sue the fucking guy. If I'm her. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. So apparently somebody already sent an email to her, either employer or some lawyer guy, and he said, hey, this is what this fucking guy is saying about her. That nanny, I will say this, her name is out there, her name's Cheney. She is a fucking sweetheart, and she lived and died for that family. She was a very nice woman. She didn't deserve half the shit she was put through. She was a really, really good egg. And if you're a fucking cokehead who got your kid high on your cocaine, you don't get to make moral judgments on anyone. You certainly, just because you're up until 4 a.m. because you can't live with your own fucking failure, doesn't mean you get to besmirch other people. Keep your fucking bullshit on me. Talk about me all you want. Cope all you want about me. But she was a decent human being. Still is a decent. She was a fucking saint. And that's horse shit. Just because you can't live with your failure and the fact that you don't get to live the life you want anymore because enough people fucking told you enough, you fucking cunt, doesn't mean that you get to go after innocent people who have never done a fucking thing for you except sacrificed half their goddamn sanity to put up with your horse shit. Again, keep your fucking gay obsession with me, you cuck. You leave that fucking lady alone because she is oh my God, she didn't deserve half the shit she got put through. She stuck around there a lot longer than she needed to. While you were busy abandoning your duties as a father to go, play fucking cuck, she picked up the slack. While you couldn't be bothered to do half the shit a real man's supposed to do, she picked up the fucking slack. So cut the horse shit. Just because you want to lie to people so you don't look worse than you already do doesn't mean you got to bring me down all day. Absolutely. Lie your fucking ball. Keep lying about me all day. I'm a public figure. I don't give a shit. I can handle it. I've broken your brain mentally. I don't care. Leave her the fuck alone. And I honestly, I hope she does. Either she's at peace and she's a better person than I am and she won't go after him, but fucking go after him for that horse shit. Because that's a chicken shit pussy bitch move from a chicken shit pussy human being. That was despicable. Let's go to this alpha camp thing. This guy is basically a drill sergeant dude. And this drill sergeant person does this thing called alpha camp where he goes and yells at dudes. Like he has them carry sledgehammers on a beach and then he screams at them. I don't understand how this is supposed to help you be an alpha, but I'll let you guys decide if it's worth your money. Oh, and by the way, I do see that I triggered the onions in the chat. Another win for the toe.
You don't fucking deserve to be here. Fucking quit. You piece of shit. I want to be a better man. I want to be a better husband. I want to be a better father.
Whoa. Why did we decide to do the better father one to the black guy? That seems a little on the nose, buddy. Why don't we take it back? Wouldn't it be funny if you went to alpha camp and then your response was, I'm gonna sue that guy? You just decide to do the biggest bitch move ever after you get done with alpha camp. I don't think there's anything alpha about scream. I think to be honest, I think that, making people do these drills and yelling at them like you're fucking Bear Bryant, I think that's kind of a sign of being a bitch, personally. I think an alpha is someone who's doing this drill with these guys and yelling and screaming and motivating and shit like that. I think that's what an actual leader, an alpha is a leader, the head of the pack. What a leader does is he stands there with the sledgehammers too, shows you he can do it, and encourages you to do the same. Any fucking jackass can sit there and scream at somebody. These are the type of people who think that a real badass guy is someone who fucking yells at a fast food employee for getting an order wrong. That's a bitch. That's not an alpha.
I want to be a better, you fucking whiny piece of shit.
Yeah, you know what really builds people up and makes them winners? Just calling them whiny pieces of shit all the time. This is something you learn, when you're coaching people or you're instructing people. One thing you've got to learn is generationally where people are at. Coach K from Duke, the former Duke coach, had a really great take on this. He said, you have to meet players or you have to meet people where they are. He said, 30 years ago, I could tell players to run through that brick wall and they'd do it. Now I can get I think he was talking about millennials at the time. He goes, I can get a millennial player to run through a brick wall, but they need to know why first. And that doesn't make them a pussy. That doesn't make them a bitch. That's just where they're at right now. They're probably a little smarter than the last generation was because they watched the last generation get CTE from running through the brick wall.
None of you deserve to be here. Back.
So now he has.
You better move with a fucking purpose. Belly.
Got to hold the sledgehammer, roll over on your belly. Stand up.
Back. Belly. Feet.
I don't see this as alpha
Back.
training.
Hurry up.
This guy's just a douchebag. Part of being a leader, part of being an alpha is comfort. You're comfortable, you're confident, and you can bestow that and give that to other people. Any asshole can sit there and yell at you. Any insecure cunt can sit there and go, grab that sledgehammer, you piece of shit, you motherfucker. Anybody can do that and tear into people.
Belly. Feet. Back.
Get over here. Where's you? You fucking slow fat one.
Is he pointing? I don't like that he pointed right at the camera when he said slow fat one. So it kind of felt like he was talking to me. That made me really insecure for a minute.
Get over here, fucking quitter, unquitter. What the fuck you unquit? Never heard of that shit. Sit down. Sit down right here. You two are gonna share this fucking cookie. All of you start crawling. Start crawling. Yeah. They're gonna crawl and suffer until you're done with that cookie.
That's easy. They only have to crawl and suffer for 3 seconds. I'll eat the whole fucking cookie right now. What are you talking about? You know, this is like a bad Arlie Ermy Gunnery Sergeant Hartman impression. This is bullshit, dude. Like, if you actually paid to go to this thing, so someone can teach you how to be an alpha, you're probably never gonna be one.
The both of you are done sharing that fucking cookie. Go. Eat the fucking cookie. Eat the fucking cookie. All right, you suffer until you eat till you finish the fucking cookie. Cool. Yeah, just sit there. Really just sit there. Eat the fucking cookie.
What's the point?
They're gonna suffer until you're done eating it, and you better fucking share it.
Okay, so now we're just gonna choke people out, or we're gonna cuddle. I mean, this is just fucking gay. I mean, I'll say this. I know that people love Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I know they love grappling. Us boxers are superior to you because you guys are super fucking gay, and you embrace the gayness, which I guess is fine. That's cool. But, like, you're hugging, you're groping, you're touching balls. It's gay. Oh, and it's martial arts, and it's... I don't care. I don't care. If you got to see in the combat sport that I do, when you touch somebody's balls, you're penalized because you're like, bro, that's gay. In yours, it's encouraged. You fucking cocklookers. Yeah, it's okay. Everything's gonna be all right. Give him a little smooch on the head. You know you want. Look at you guys fucking rubbing tips. You fucking moes.
The bitch and the beast. The bitch is the inner critic. The beast.
Yeah, the bitch and the beast. We're all a beast. Shut the fuck up. We all have cable. I don't want to hear about the beast. Oh, yeah, we're all primal. We're all the fucking Liver King. He was on Gear. Yeah, we're beasts over here. No, you're not. Lifetime movies aren't bad. Like, some of them are pretty fun. Yeah, I have an inner beast in me. No, you don't. No, you don't. You know who has inner beasts in them? Like people who live in the rural Congo. They have to, because they might have to fight a warthog tomorrow. You do not have, I have an inner beast in me. Your beard says that you brew beer in your bathtub, and it's probably a porter, you fucking bitch.
Is the advocate. The advocate supports you, roots you on, cheers for you. But the
advocate is Paul Heyman. How dare you? He's the wise man.
Critic, your inner bitch, is always doubting you and telling you that you can't and that you've done enough and to set lower goals and expectations of yourself.
That's not an inner bitch. That's called the human condition. You have one part of you that's very confident and tells you can. You have another part of you that goes, I don't know, man, that sounds hard. That's called being a human.
When I go into the gym every morning, I go to war with my body. I go to war with the weights. I go to war with my mindset, with that bitch voice in my head that says, put the weights down. You've done enough sets and reps. And I know you're like,
but guess what? You probably have. Like, this guy's, bitch in me says, I don't know. Maybe sometimes a bitch is reasonable. Maybe you have done enough sets. You look like you're in great shape. I'll give you that. You look like you're, vascular as all hell. Yeah, put the weights down for today. Have a cookie, you fucking twat. All these guys, it's kind of like, ironically, it's kind of like the Ben Shapiro thing. I can't trust a guy who takes himself too seriously and doesn't have a sense of humor and can't laugh at himself. I don't think you can be this alpha. I don't think you can be this fucking badass guy. First of all, none of us are alphas. We've all sang fucking Blippy songs with our kids. So let's stop pretending that we're these, ancestral badasses, dude. Like, confidence comes in being comfortable with yourself, not like, let me tell you how much metal shit I lift. Fuck off.
Damn, bro, that sounds intense. Yes, be intense.
Here's five. Here's five. Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Are you touching me?
Yeah. That's masculinity, bro. We yell at each other because we both grabbed a backpack. That's not being mentally retarded at all. We get together and we grab shit at the same time and we yell at each other, dude. Ew. Now, Chad Warren says, good point. It's all gay till you're fucking choked out. I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. I just don't want to have to rub against the guy's balls to do it. Hulkamasha Baby says, you're not. Oh, you hit me in the face? I'll get you on the ground. I'll snap your arm. Yeah, okay. But you're going to be rubbing on my dick first, which is totally fucking gay. It's not necessary. Yeah, Would You says, yeah, I go to war with my body every... No, you don't. You don't go to war. Say, child soldiers go to war. Fucking Serbians in the 90s, they went to war. You didn't go to war. Sam Show says, war. Someone talked to boomers too much. Yes. Hobo Chili says, let me reiterate, this guy never made it past E5. I'm not saying my military career was stellar, but I also didn't pretend to be something I'm not. I'm glad Hobo said that because the vibe I got from this guy is like maybe mild military service, but not like crazy badass military service, you know? And he overcompensates that and go, I'm going to run an alpha camp. You know who's an alpha? A guy who doesn't need to talk like that. Like a guy in the military who had badass military service, you know what you'll never hear him say? I was such a badass in the military. Because you know why? Other people say it for him. And when they say that for him, he goes, well, I don't know about all that. I don't think I was a total fucking badass or anything. Like, no, he was so hardcore, man. He was fucking crazy. And other people say it for you. Helgi says this guy probably has no real life skills, can't turn a wrench. He has to LARP as a warrior alpha. Look, man, and look, I don't disrespect anybody's hustle. Like if you if he can bilk these guys out of money and they're dumb enough to pay him, I mean, support your family, whatever. Chad Warren says it's just like those feminist camps where they bring those women out to the woods to scream. Yeah, have you ever seen that? They're like, we're going to teach you how to be a strong woman. And he's absolutely right. They bring him out on some bike trail or some hiking trail, and they go, I'm letting my inner warrior out. Oh, God. Now you're empowered. Hobo says if you pulled this shit in the regular army, you would handle it in the motor pool with hands-on corrective action. Das Optic Nerve says Aaron goes to war with the buffet twice a week. Hurts my feelings. I may or may not have had chocolate-covered peanuts before bed last night. That's not good. It's not my fault. SP brought him down, and I can't say no. Helgi says Aaron goes to war with his hairline and studio lighting every morning. Chips and Diff, I never said I was alpha guy. Chips and Diff says, okay, Mr. Back Tickles. Bro, they feel so fucking good. Feels so good. Minute SP touches my back. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to. Hobo says the guys that were the snake eaters, you would never know. Small groups were different guys. Right. Saint Caesar says this guy is giving me douchebag ultimate warrior vibes. Yeah, he should finish each one of his alpha camps with warrior. Oh no. I killed myself. I did the ultimate warrior snort, and I think I'm going to die now. Oh, shit. That's not helpful. Oh, you can't really do a show if you're dead. 191 Redbird with $1 says, be a bitch and eat a cookie. Aaron 2025. Right. Yeah. What, alphas can't eat cookies? Fuck you, dude. Cookies are great. If you can't eat a cookie, you're a bitch. Hey, I got to update Redbird's score here. Redbird is way up there. He's at 115. Old Redbird's in second place and only by $5. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, yeah, he is. And Redbird, Doorman. Sorry, Doorman. I didn't put your numbers up there. He's at 100, so now he's in fourth place. Sorry to Diane. But Diane is going to be off the board thanks to Doorman. Thank you guys very, very much. What are we, only 175 away from today? Thank you. Chad Warren says, it's crazy how much Trump is such good friends with McMahon in WWE wrestling, and he had that belt with them when he got upset at Zelensky. Did you see it? No, I didn't see that. I think that's awesome, though. In fact, what we should be doing is we shouldn't be referring to, I think it would be great if Donald Trump, every time someone told him, like, hello, Mr. President, he went, excuse me, don't call me Mr. President, call me WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, Aaron is the true alpha. He is blaming SP for all of his Melton-level food choices. Keep those pre-bedtime chocolate levels up, you fat pig. He gave me $1 for that. Gave me $1. Corn Pop says, Diane was trying to be a leader. Bored slut man, we got to abolish this. I don't retype that so I can understand it. Approachable with a clip says, I am, oh, God damn it. I know what this is going to say. All right. I'm letting my inner warrior out. You know, I talk for over 4 hours a day. And sometimes gay stuff comes out of my mouth. Over 650 of you checking out the show at the moment. Hit like, hit follow, hit share, hit subscribe. Thank you very much. We're doing it. We're doing it. Never forget, Donald Trump thought Vince McMahon died in the limo explosion. Did he really? Did Trump actually say that he thought Vince died? And I called him. I said, are you okay? I just saw you blow up in a car. Trump McMahon limo explode. Please tell me there's an interview somewhere where Trump goes, I thought he died. Nope, I don't see it. Oh, yeah, Trump fooled by WWE drama. Here we go.
Sam, you got a question for Triple H? You're always good with the question.
Yeah, sure. How worried were you when you thought Vince McMahon was dead?
Oh, man, I was scared to death. If I hadn't seen them pre-tape it where he got in and out of the car, you know what I mean?
Of course, you're talking about the limo explosion. When we saw that.
What kills me is so many people call. I mean, the office next day, like, people, I'm not kidding you, like, and they'd probably be mad at me for saying, like, Trump called and was like, did something happen to Vince? You know what I mean? Like,
did
dude,
Trump not understand that was a skit?
It's the magic of television. You know what I mean?
All right, we got to get out of here.
So if you guys don't know what he's talking about, so back in like 08, 09, they did this storyline where Vince McMahon was blown up in a limo. And it was going to be part of this big storyline where Vince faked his death. Mr. Kennedy helped him, and it was a whole big thing, and Mr. Kennedy was going to get a giant push. The problem was the next week, Chris Benoit murdered his family. And when you have a scenario where a real-life employee of yours murders a woman and child and then hangs himself, it really seems like it's in poor taste to do a this guy's dead storyline. So we got robbed of that one. And it's too bad because I thought that really was going to be kind of something to watch. Was the whole, you know, who killed Mr. McMahon storyline. Instead, we got who's Vince McMahon's illegitimate son storyline. And then Mr. Kennedy was going to get a push from that. And then he tested positive for steroids because they had all these guys go on TV because they tried to make the Benoit murder. The media tried to make the Benoit murder about steroid abuse when it had nothing to do with steroids. What it was Chris Benoit's brain was Swiss cheese. From doing all those top rope flying headbutts, he got so many concussions that he had the brain of a 90-year-old Alzheimer's patient. But they tried to make it about steroids, so all these guys went on TV. They said, I've never done steroids. What are you talking about? Mr. Kennedy went on there and said, steroids? Pff, never me. And then I think a week later, he popped positive for banned substances. Oh, that's no good. That's not good. I think John Cena was the only one who went, yeah, I did steroids. And by the way, I still think that these guys are on prescribed steroids because you can't have as many injuries as they do and wrestle all year round like they do and not pop a few, steroids or painkillers, right? Redbird with $1 says the moment Nick found your prostate. Well, we found lumps, so. Bigot on socialist media says Orton and Cena said Kennedy was dangerous, which contributed to Kennedy getting fired. That is true. That is true. Bappa Shop says, did you ever headbutt April from the top rope? I would always go, and then I'd stand up on top of one of the couches and I'd go, put her in the crippler crossface. It was a vibe. I mean, it's not like, no, it was consensual. Like, she used to throw me into the wall. And then when I run back towards her, she'd raise her leg and give me a big boot. And she'd go like this to the kids. And then she'd drop a leg on me. It was really something. And then my son would power bomb her through a table. Strong kid. And then we'd put the youngest up on my shoulders, and the oldest would give her the doomsday device off the top of the couch. It was, really, I'm just doing this because steel toe haters will listen to this and go, see, he's serious. They're the dumbest fucking people who've ever lived. Vince's brother was meant to be involved in that story. I didn't know Vince had a brother. That's news to me. 175 away from this morning. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. If you're just joining us, once we hit the goal today, anything that comes on to PayPal, Venmo, or Streamlabs after we knock out the goal is going to be Venmo'd to Johnny today. And if you're just joining us, Johnny has a leg infection. He is currently in the hospital, and they've got him on antibiotics. And they're observing him for the next couple of days. And I'm thinking that Johnny should be fine. The only information I have is what Johnny's told me and the pictures he sent me. And his dick is doing great. Corn Pop says Johnny needs to chop off his leg for America, man. Yeah, quit being so selfish and wanting to keep your leg. Let's go to this. These are becoming my new favorite kind of stories to do. And apparently this has been happening a lot lately. Funeral homes, and you think about it, like funerals and weddings are fucking expensive. And only one of them are worth it. But these funerals and weddings are incredibly expensive. And even with all the money these people are making, they're still fucking people over. There's a funeral home in California that I think they've proven on one occasion, but they're accused of multiple occasions. Anytime this happens once, there's lots of allegations that come in, like, the floodgates open, that they're giving people the wrong remains of their family members. And here's the deal. Like, I know this isn't ethical, and I know this isn't right, but I think it's best for all parties involved. Why can't you simply just not tell them? Like, if it's ashes, right? Who gives a shit? Like, if it's my parents or whatever, I'm happy with the idea that that's my parents. Whatever you put in that urn, you tell me, hey, we cremated them. Here's the remains. If it ends up being some 70-year-old Asian dude's ashes, if you don't tell me, they're still my parents' ashes. I have no way of knowing. I don't need to know. I'm paying for the peace of mind for the idea that that is my parents. So maybe I'm in the minority on stories like this. If you've fucked me over on a funeral thing, I don't want to know about it. But let's go to this, because even if you get your money, I would rather pay you the money and you give me the wrong ashes and never tell me than I get the truth and I get my money back. Because now, where are my parents? You don't fucking know. Probably going to give me fake ashes after that anyway. I got free fake ashes. Great. And you're always going to wonder. Let's go to this KCAL news story from California. Funeral homes fucking up.
Family says they are living in a nightmare tonight, all because a funeral home tried to give them the wrong body.
Yes, KCAL News reporter Lauren Post.
Oh, the body? You fucked up the body? Well, that's kind of easy to tell. The funeral hoax stories that we've been dealing with lately have been ashes were wrong. Which, again, I think you've already fucked up. Like, just hide it from them. But you're giving them the wrong body? Like, that's kind of easy to point out. Like, here you go. We're ready for the funeral. And you're like, that's a black one. That's not. I ordered a white one, obviously.
And explains the.
Is the black one cheaper? Can we do the funeral for less? Or no, you don't do that?
Morbid mistake now headed to court.
Tila Tequila looks great.
The family says they chose this mortuary to honor their loved one. Instead, they say they've been left traumatized by a mix-up they feel never should have happened in the first place.
It shouldn't have happened.
Oh, God, they are black. Oh, shit. You know, the last time we did a story like this, it was black people again. And the funeral home that they went to had like a plastic sign on the door. Like it was very much, it looks like a temporary, like a sign you would hang for like a bar. You know, like when bars are promoting 2-for-1 nights and they'll put those plasticky signs out front with like the glass of beer. That's what their funeral home sign was. Just a white sign with black lettering. And it's like, okay, that's a red flag.
I didn't make arrangement there to see the wrong body.
When Amita Hunt's 80-year-old uncle passed away, she chose Harrison Ross Mortuary to prepare him for burial.
All right. I mean, that one looks... I mean, there's one building, either their building or the building next to it has a fucking tarp on it. That's a little iffy. I mean, the sign looks better than the last one, but still.
But when she went to view his body, she says it wasn't him.
It was a guy laying there in my uncle's suit, but it wasn't my uncle.
Oops. Ew. So they dressed a naked corpse up in your uncle's clothes? Ugh.
What did you think?
I just kept looking at him. I didn't know. I was just kept looking at him and kept looking. I'm like, wait a minute, he couldn't have got that dark.
Hunt says she...
They Wesley Snipes the motherfucker. God damn it. Yo, I don't know what the fuck you guys did, but he looked like Blade, motherfucker. That ain't look like Unc. Unc, man, they burnt Unc to a crisp. What the fuck you do? Start cremating him shit and stop? And then the guy running the mortuary goes, I'm sorry, it's just to us, all of you look alike. I don't know what to do.
She knew something was wrong and asked a worker at the mortuary for help.
She was like, no.
We apologize here at Harrison Ross. We have a hard time telling black people apart. Is this your uncle? No, that ain't my uncle. Is this one your uncle? Motherfucker, he's Haitian. What's the difference, I suppose? Didn't you all come from the same place originally? You really don't know anything about black folk. I try not to.
Yes, that's your uncle. I said, that's not my uncle. My uncle wouldn't have got that dark. And I said, here's a picture of him. And I showed her the picture, and she was like, you're right. Give us 1 minute. One minute.
Hold on. We have to go find your uncle's corpse. Oh, no. That's the worst. Like, if you work at a funeral home, that's the worst day at work. Corpse hunting day.
She and her family waited 3 hours while the mortuary fixed the mix-up so they could finally bury her uncle. She still doesn't know whose body was dressed in his suit and has filed a lawsuit against the mortuary over the whole ordeal. Her attorney calls the mortuary's actions outrageous.
For them to come in and see the wrong corpse, and then for the mortuary to deny that it's the wrong corpse, and then need proof that it's in fact the right person. So
wow. So like, imagine you fuck up that badly and you dig in your heels and you go, no, you know what? I'm going to die on this hill. Which, by the way, bad phrasing to use in this particular instance. But, like, imagine you're going to dig in and go, no, I think that's your uncle. I don't think you know what your uncle looks like. Like, what the fuck are you talking? No, that's not him.
We think it's really just the basic standard of care that they messed up on. And
boy, they can't even tell black people apart. If this guy died, he doesn't want to go to this mortuary. They put a different Asian guy in there.
That they really need to really improve their ways so they don't do this to another family.
Harrison Ross Mortuary denies Hunt's claims and says they're preparing to file a cease and desist letter against her.
Oh, shit.
For Hunt, as if losing her uncle wasn't hard enough. She says she's still haunted by the trauma of his funeral and seeing someone else in the suit she and her aunt picked out for him.
It's hurting. It's hurt. I still think about it. That's something that's never going to go away.
It's fucked up, though.
to view the wrong corpse. I still can see that.
As a dude, your uncle had a terrible mustache. He looks like an Asian wizard. What the fuck is going on with your uncle's facial hair, bro?
Guy.
Hunt is suing the mortuary for emotional distress, negligence, and breach of contract. Her attorney has asked for a jury trial.
You know, oh, absolutely. Like in that case, yes, you don't ask for a judge to decide it. You want a jury deciding that lawsuit, because I believe with lawsuits, it doesn't need to be unanimous. It just has to be a majority in a lawsuit. So if you get a jury trial and you go up there and you cry and you go, it was my uncle and they put the wrong person, like the majority of that jury is going to go, you fucking assholes, how dare you? Like they're not going to listen to you go, all right, now just wait a minute, hear us out. I know it sounds fucked up, but like he was black. So how are you going to defend yourself from that? He is a black guy, and to be fair, he looks like a lot of... You ever seen an old black guy? One time we were doing a funeral for a black guy. We put a box of raisins in there. None of us could tell the difference. It was fucking wild. I don't know what to tell you. Veldrain with $1 says, where's Waldo? Funeral home edition. A lot more challenging when the iconic clothes are on the wrong person. Yeah, it's like the last page of the Waldo books where it's all Waldos. And you're like, how the fuck am I going to find the right one? I don't understand. Corn Pop says he's a little black, he is. Is this your uncle here? No, that's a chimney sweep who has soot on his face. Yes, he did die from asphyxiation, now that you mention it. It's too bad. Richard Head, I don't know how this became about me. He says they can't cremate Aaron's ex. Oh, no, it's not about me. It's about my... Oh, God, here we go. They can't cremate Aaron's ex because it stinks up the funeral home like reheating fish in a microwave. That's mean-spirited. I don't know how you live with yourself making comments like that. How dare you? How dare you? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. 175 away from today. We appreciate your generosity. We appreciate you contributing to the show. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. It helps out immensely. Shia LaBeouf is back. He was at the Cannes Film Festival, and he apparently there were some fans of his that were being shitty. You know, the older I get, when I was younger, I used to think these celebrities were all assholes. Like they would snub their fans, or they would be assholes to fans. I'd be like, God, what a dick. Like, just say hi, just say thank you. And like the more I watch it and the more I see, it's like these people, they're so rude, They have no respect for personal space. They're just yelling like they're trying to give an interview, and there's like, Shia, Shia, Shia. And they're like grabbing and they're touching, and it's like, get the fuck off of me. Like, the older I get, the more I empathize with the celebrities. Like, I always liked the Russell Crowes who, like, punched paparazzi. I always liked those guys. But, like, even the people who yell at their fans, I used to be like, oh, they made you. Don't be a dick. But it's like, I don't know. These people are also total cunts. And so I kind of get it. Shia LaBeouf, who, in fairness, has been working on himself, ran into some fans during the Cannes Film Festival, and they were bothering him, and he told them, quote, don't make me turn into the old me. He forgot about Dratum. See, like, look at this. You're just running. He's just walking down the street. You run. You sprint up to a guy. Like, nobody likes that. Nobody likes to be run at. You run up, hey, and then you, like, instead of saying, hi, I'm a big fan, you just stick something in his face to sign. Like, that's an asshole move. I remember I was taking my daughter to Monday Night Raw years ago. And we went and had dinner somewhere beforehand. Her grandpa, me, and I think my cousin. Because they brought their kids too. And Mr. Anderson was there, Mr. Kennedy, one of my favorite wrestlers. He was there doing a signing. And this was after he was done at WWE, after he was done at TNA, as a matter of fact. And he was there, and he was doing a signing, and my dad's like, why don't we go up there and fucking say hi? You love that guy. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to bother him. He's like, he's here for a signing. He's here to be bothered. But he had a plate of food in front of him. So I just went up to him. I called him Ken because, I'm cool. I said, Ken, I'm really a huge fan. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Blah, 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 blah. And he goes, oh, cool. Thank you, man. And then I fucking left. I left. Because I don't want to be a guy. Like, my thing is, if I ever meet anyone I like or anyone famous that I like, I don't ever want them to remember me because that's a bad thing. And my dad was like, I would have taken a picture. I'm like, hey, he's fucking eating. I'll say hi. He'll say something back to me. He said something to me. That means something. We're done. He's like, okay, well, he could have got a picture. I don't want to fucking bother him. Because I remember watching my buddy when we were 20 and we got into Acme Comedy Club to see Louis C.K. back when he had the show Lucky Louie. And we were huge Louis fans. Still am. But we got tickets to see him at Acme. And my buddy got fucking hammered because we would smuggle booze into the place. And he got shit-faced. And he was bothering Louis. I took a picture with Louis. He signed my first season DVD of Lucky Louie. I posed for a picture. He could not be less interested. He did not give a fuck. He doesn't. A lot of comedians don't like that part of the gig. And I said, thank you, shook his hand, and I left. My buddy, hammered off his ass, just starts asking him obnoxious questions. Is that girl in Lucky Louie, is that your real daughter? And Louis like, no. And he looks over at us like, no, like saying, come get your friend. So we go and get him. And then Louis walking out. He's got 2 security guards, our fucking drunk buddy, who's like my height. He's like 6'3". He's a big guy. And he's like, Louis, you did such a good job. And he's like pushing through people trying to get to Louis. The security literally pushes him back into us. And I was like, I watched that. And I'm like, by God, I never, ever want to be that guy. But these people with zero self-awareness will come up to Shia LaBeouf or they'll come up to any celebrity and they'll just run. They'll run and they'll hold it. Hey, will you sign that thing? It's like, could you say hi to me like I'm a person? Could you? Like, to me, I don't even need a picture. It's like, hi, Shia. I'm a big fan. I watched Even Stevens when I was a kid. I think you're great. You'd be like, hey, thanks, man. And then I'll fuck off and you get back to your day.
Have a Blu-ray, not the photo. I travel from Greece for you, please.
Oh, see, look, he signed for that guy. That's nice. Now, see, but now, like sharks, now they're all going to come swarming. You know, people are like, oh, why can't he sign that one thing? Or why can't he take that one picture? Because if he does, now he's got to do it for everybody.
Please, Saya, please. Guys, please, I travel for you, please. Saya, I'm big fan, please. I travel from Greece for you, please.
What do you need?
A photo, just a photo.
Okay, ready? Let's take a photo.
Yes.
Good? Okay, good? Okay.
Nice to meet you.
See, like this, yeah, this would be annoying because now he tried to be a good guy. He signed one thing for a guy. He took one picture. Now, look, it was him just walking down the street, and it was one guy who came up to him. Now it's a fucking mob of people, and they will not leave him alone. Like, look at it. They're shoving their phones in his face. They're not even treating him like a person. They're not even treating him like a human being. They're just shoving. Yeah! Like, you'd hate that. If somebody did that to you, it's no different. Somebody came up to hobo chili recipe and went, I love steel. You're hobo chili. Like, they don't even say that. They just, without saying a word, hold a phone this close to your face. I can see why you'd get pissed. Let him walk. If he's at an appearance or he's at an event, this is totally fine. You stand in line, you take your picture. He's trying to walk.
Thank you very much.
Quit touching me. Quit fucking touching me and shoving your phone in my face.
Thank you, Shaya.
How is he being a dick, by the way? He's actually being a really nice guy. How is this an example of him being an asshole?
Okay, cool. Ready? Get off me.
Get off me. Yeah, he just said, get off me. These people are leaning on him and they're touching him.
Ready?
Ready?
Go, you got it. Back off.
Yep, you ready?
Did you just say you got it? Fuck off, man. Good for him. Go back. Aaron, I'm talking to myself.
Ready?
Go, you got it. Back off.
Oh, back off. I thought he said fuck off. I would have liked him even more if he said fuck off.
You ready?
Okay, you got it. Back off. You got it 4 or 5 times.
There is no focus.
Okay.
No focus on the camera. Very good guy. Fix the focus.
Okay. Dog,
Fix the
thank
focus.
you. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Sanya. Leave me alone, bro. Hey, I'm a trip out. Leave me alone, dog. Hey, leave me alone, dog.
Yeah, sure.
There was nothing wrong with that. That was totally fine. He took way more pictures than he needed to. He broke his gate. He stopped. And he said, and at the end, he's like, you took a picture 4 or 5 times. Back off. And he's like, leave me alone. I 1,000% is 1,000% on his side. I thought that was great. Helgi says it'd be funny if people did this to Aaron at the anniversary show as a bit. Well, but see, now that would be okay. That's a public appearance. I'm there to hang out with you guys. It's an event. That's totally fine. That's what you sign up for when you have those events. He was just walking down the fucking street. That's it. Dysrhythmia says, I don't care how much money I get. I would never want to be famous. People are fucking insane. And they, you know, even when you have a tiny, insignificant little local show like mine, you get people who are parasocial and they're insane and they're crazy. Luckily, the fans are cool, but you get people who, like, they've convinced themselves in their head that you've wronged them somehow, and they're fucking nuts. And it's just like, you know, you don't owe people like that anything. By the way, kind of crazy how Shia LaBeouf is turning into John Barenthal. Like, he's just, his look, his aesthetic, the whole thing, like he's doing the full Barenthal thing. 650 checking out Steel Toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Throw us a couple of bucks. We are 175 away from today. We're looking good. Of course, anything over today's goal is going to Johnny. So if you feel like contributing, very, very nice of you. Very, very cool. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's open up those 7 o'clock stories. And while we do, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing in St. Cloud. If you're in central Minnesota and you go in the ditch, you have issues, you have problems, your car won't start, you lock your keys in your car. I mean, you do some old dumb shit. All Care Towing is going to pick you up. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Again, that's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland, Derek and Tracy, they're going to answer any questions you have about firearms, about suppressors. They handle everything suppressor related. I mean, start to finish in the suppressor process, Midland Armory has you covered. Knives, optics, parts and gear, carry, hunting, home protection, personal protection. They have it all, and they can answer any question that you can throw at them at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Again, midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. NF Cap says, sure, Aaron, you wronged them somehow. I mean, a few of those were actually wronged by your dick. I mean, I don't know if wronged is the word. I think they would agree they were righted, if they were being honest. Also, let's talk about Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's has bike night on Thursdays. Of course, you can enjoy the patio when the weather's nice. Stoney's Garage, the outdoor-indoor bar. Man, it's a fun vibe in the summertime especially. Stoney's Bar, try one of their ultimate Bloody Marys. Get started early. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. Check out Stoney's. Somebody asking in the chat, if we don't hit the goal today, does Johnny lose his leg? I don't think we have that kind of power to cause them to cut off Johnny's leg. I don't think we can pull that off. You know what? Pulling it off is maybe not the phrase to use. I'm so sorry. You know what? Knock out the 175, and whatever comes in on Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo after that, we send right to Johnny after the show. So don't, no, Johnny's not going to lose his leg For God's sake. All right, let's go to this next story. This is awesome. This is kind of one of those dream sequence kind of stories. A guy got in a fight with a coyote. You ever just have those? Am I weird? Yes. But do you ever have those times where, like, you see a wild animal of some sort, either on TV or in the wild, and you think about what it would be like to, like, have a grappling match with that crazy fucking animal? Like a coyote, for example. You see a coyote, they're small. They're like the size of a small or medium-sized dog, and you're like, I could fuck up a coyote. But then you notice they're all tooth and claw, and they're fast, and their reflexes, they're going to fuck you up. I often think about, like, fighting big dogs. I think about fighting, wascally, wascals, like a coyote. I don't know if that's weird or not, but I think about, like, my move for all of them is you try to take their back and choke them out, right? Because, like, the paws and the claws, like, they can scratch you a little. You clearly, especially, like, when I think of, like, Rottweilers or Pit Bulls, I think if you can take their back, bring them back like this and choke them out, they can't use those big paws and those huge muscles, and you kind of have that mouth neutralized. I think the best way to go with a big dog, take the back, choke them out. Some people would say thumb in the ass. I don't know if that's necessary, but you do you. It's self-defense. This guy got into a fight with a coyote, and I would say that this was a knockout win for this dude.
Well, even before this happened, some neighbors say they had been seeing and hearing coyotes off in the distance, some even afraid to go to the mailbox. But this was the first time that one of them came up close and personal with a coyote right here.
I'm right here.
Chances are, if they, like, come up to you and fuck with you, like, the higher chances they're rabid, right? Because don't they say that a lot of animals, like, they'll avoid human beings. They'll see them as dangerous. But if they have rabies, they've got, like, total fucking balls, and they'll get after you. Like, they're on gear.
I'm looking this way, though.
For the first time since coming home from the hospital, James Pulliam showing us where it all went down.
Yo, like, I tried to shoot the motherfucker, but my shit be sideways, so I couldn't hit him. I hit a 4-year-old girl sitting on her stoop. But then I choked that fucking coyote out, and she lived.
By the time I turned right here, he probably
She got a
right
limp
here.
and shit, but she
coming this way. So I'm like, oh, Lord.
He says he was standing in his usual smoke break spot when something felt off.
I felt something watching me the whole
What do you think he was smoking? Don't answer that. We all know. We got it. Biden tried to cancel him, but he couldn't do it.
time anyway. It was like, I just felt like he was hunting me or something.
Moments later, out of the woods came a coyote.
And I kicked him.
You know what I love about that camera shot? Some dickhead had to get down in the grass and like army crawl with a camera or like do a zoom with a. I love that. I love that they're out there to cover this story. It's like, you know what's really going to make this story? Get down on your stomach like a fucking retard and crawl around so it looks like you're a fox. I hope that's just them fucking with the camera guy.
And I kicked him when he jumped the first time. I'm like, oh. And I got right here. I tried to kick him again. I fell and crawled
Is
off.
the Coca-Cola really necessary during the news interview? Like, do you have to? All right.
Back here, I picked up rocks, throwing it at him.
When James hit the ground, the coyote closed in.
He jumped on me, and I caught him in the air. And he was like just trying to bite.
Holy
so
shit.
I threw him down, and I'm trying to slide out the way, but it wasn't no way. He just kept coming.
He tried yelling, but it didn't work. That's when he knew this was turning into a fight for his life.
Then I had to rip my left hand out of his mouth. And then when I got my left hand out, I just choked him.
So it's like this guy's telling a story at Omaha Beach. He's like, we were in hand-to-hand combat. And that's got to fuck you up a little bit, right? Like you got this little coyote and he's biting at you. You finally roll him over and you're just like, fuck it. You pull your hand out of his mouth and just start strangling a fucking coyote. It's got to change you a little bit. You're squeezing the life out of a small predatory animal.
All the way till the police got there.
He says even then, after 10...
Wow, they're a little bigger than I thought. I thought coyotes were more like small dog sized. Nice job then, buddy. That's a big fucking coyote. You choked his ass out. Cops actually charged him with manslaughter. It's really racist, even in that area.
10 minutes, he wanted to make sure the coyote was dead so it couldn't attack anyone else in his neighborhood.
So I capped his ass 4 times.
I was hoping ain't no more out there, because, ain't no telling when or if it happened again, it might not be nobody around to help.
James went to the
That coyote was a 6th Street Crip, so you got to be careful what colors you're wearing in that neighborhood. Bro, time to change the bandage, though, buddy. Time to let's clean it out and get a new bandage on there. What do you say?
hospital for the injuries on his left hand. He's doing all right, but he needs to go back for more antibiotics.
Oh, they took x-rays and then gave me the rabies shots. That hurt worse than the attack.
Now back.
I don't understand the sagging the pants while you're wearing a belt. Like, I don't understand what's going on there. Like, you have the belt on, but your asshole's still out. Explain. I'm very white.
Home, the legend already spreading.
Yeah, people ain't gonna believe it, though. They're gonna think I'm lying.
A neighborhood hero no coyote will want to mess with.
I mean, I was afraid, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, it's either me or him, you know?
Now, thankfully, nobody else was hurt.
That is a story, like, every time I'm drunk with that guy, I would be telling him to tell people the fucking choking out the coyote story. Like, rolling a coyote over and strangling him to death has got to be a pretty bizarre feeling. Like, you gotta shut out the voice in your head that says, how the fuck did we get here? And you gotta go, I just have to kill this thing, then we can worry about it.
Person County Animal Services took the dead coyote in for rabies testing. Meantime, experts say if anything like this happens to you, their best advice, wave your arms and try and be as loud as possible to try and scare the coyote.
No, fuck that. This guy's my motivation. I'm going to choke the shit out of him. All this story does is prove that my approach has been right. You try to take their back and you try to choke them out. That's what I would do. And you got to try and get your head buried into the back of their head as much as possible so they can't snap back and bite you. You know, a lot of people want to choke somebody out. They want to keep their head back here. No. You're susceptible. Get close. Fighting is antithetical to everything else in life. If you want to avoid damage, come forward. If you want to deliver damage, step back. Choke him out. Fucking get to his back and bury your head right there at the base of his neck. He can't bite you. God, now I want to fucking kill a coyote. Let's go choke coyotes today. You guys want to go coyote choking for the anniversary party? Let's do that. Let's all meet at like 7 in the morning and go coyote choking. Huh?
Coyote away and hopefully avoid that worst case scenario of having to fight it like James did.
I'll fuck a coyote
Tom
up.
George, ABC
If
11,
James can do it, I
News.
can do it.
Wow, what a...
Sighting spike in spring. It's breeding season. Oh, he was trying to fuck. Coyote was trying to fuck. Peaks in May. Human attacks are rare. Closely watch smaller pets. Yeah, you got to look out. If I ever hear coyotes in the distance, I don't let Gordy out by himself around here. I don't want to see my puppy get killed by a coyote. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says you can't win in a boxing ring, so you've resorted to fighting puppies. Yes, that's extremely weird. Hey, listen, fucker. A win's a win. A win's a win. If you don't believe that, you and I are not in the same business. Let's go to, Aaron chokes chickens. Packerbacker says he just pretended it was a white bitch. Well, a mouthy white bitch. But then again, I guess we repeat ourselves. The coyote owed him for a dime bag. Cubertimo says, it's a coyote, Aaron, not a woman. Oh, yeah. I get confused. Coltrane says, when I'm out deer hunting and see a coyote, I let the arrows and bullets fly. Only good coyote is a dead one. All right. 170 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. Looking to get under 100 by 9:30. Thank you to Doorman for the $100 earlier. That put us on a speed run to knocking out today's goal. And we were doing great up until that point. We have definitely stalled since then, but I have faith in you guys. I believe in you fucking psychopaths. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 170 is the number right now. Labglass with $2 says, now you want to do jiu-jitsu on a coyote. I thought boxing was the great equalizer. Well, come on. Let's do the math. You can't box a coyote. They're too low to the ground. You can't get, I mean, what are you going to do? You know, you're going to Ali Frazier him? You're just going to throw combinations fucking way down at the ground? It's not going to happen. You got to, unfortunately, if you're going to fight a small animal or a woodland creature, you have to use mixed martial arts. I'm sorry. Corn Pop, what's your name on YouTube? I don't know who blocked you, but I'll cut that shit out. Is it Corn Pop? We got to unban Corn Pop, guys. Some of you, I will say, during the war, some of you got a little egregious on your bans. Although sometimes you guys can be cunts, and you deserve it. Talk about kids or you spam the chat, you get a little too egregious. I do back my mods. But now that we've won the war, we can free a lot of the prisoners. You know, I respect that. I think you have to be gracious in your victory. So, or as Whoop My Baby Mama Ho Ass says in the chat, fuck YouTube. I think it's called YouTube, but I understand people have pet names for things. It's completely understandable. 170 away from today. While you're at it, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We appreciate you supporting the show in any way you're capable.
He's like,
hey, shut the fuck up, Turk motherfucker. You guys want an update on Hassan Piker? Hassan Piker is continuing to lose his mind at anything H3 or Asmongold related. I like following Hassan. I know we have a good chunk of our audience who's like, why don't we move on to the next news thing? We're having fun with the coyote shit, you know. We had fun with the Johnny Somali stuff yesterday. But, you know, really, the Hassan Piker stuff I love following because Hassan Piker, to me, is kind of the left-wing Ben Shapiro. Although I will say Shapiro's smarter than Hassan. They both have the same problem. They have no sense of humor about themselves. All disagreements that anyone has with them, they take the most bad faith argument they possibly can, and they can never take a backward step and admit they were wrong. And it's so amazing because Hassan Piker and Ben Shapiro are like complete extreme opposites on the Israel-Palestine shit, but their attitude and their arrogance is the exact same. You know, you see that in a lot in life. You see two people who profess to despise each other, and you're like, but you're so much alike. Here's Hassan Piker talking about Asmongold. And by the way, I owe this audience an apology on Asmongold because we did some clip of Asmongold a while ago. And Asmon, I was like, I don't like this guy. I don't get it. I've been watching more Asmongold lately. He's fucking good. He actually does. He does a really good job, Asmongold. So I apologize to anything I might have said. So some Latino guy wrote into Hassan's show. Hassan, like, have you ever watched him? I've never like watched him, but now that I watch clips and shit of him, he apparently just sits in a chair and watches the news. Like he does tens of thousands of people at a time. And they all just sit there and watch him watch the news. And sometimes he'll leave to go make food. And they call it a chair react. And his chair will just sit there watching the news. And like, that's his whole thing. Hey, I think you should be taken down for a copyright violation for shit like that. Like, to me, you got to at least be reacting and providing transformative content. So some Latino guy comes into his chat and he's like, you know, Asmongold rules. And now if you like Asmongold or you don't like Hassan Piker, you're a Nazi in Hassan's eyes. And what's crazy about Hassan is that his chat moves like crazy. Like, brrr. We got between 600 and 800 people in here at a time every day in the morning. And our chat on both YouTube and Rumble, it moves pretty decent. You know, if I go to do a story, I lose the chat. But Hassan, I mean, I can't even imagine. It's just like, brrr, it's just flying, right? But this guy is such an insecure cunt. As his chat is flying by like some kind of a speed reader, he will be able to spot a shitty comment and he'll go, I have to address this. It's like, why? Like, what? So you can just see that and people can make fun of you? Like, I have to address, what are you going to do? Are you going to convert that Asmongold fan? Are you going to shit on him back? And he's going to be like, oh man, I get it. You know what? No, you're the coolest guy ever. I came in here and I thought you were totally a gay F word, but now I think you're based as fuck. No, let it go. Let him write his shit. You'll be fine. Do your news watching thing. Like, would you ever pay money to watch your grandpa just sit in his recliner and watch the, actually, you know what, I would. You know, that's a bad example because I was just like, Hassan Piker, all he does is sit in his chair and watch the news. And I'm like, would you pay to watch your grandpa? I would give anything, any amount of money for my grandpa to come back to life, sit in his recliner, and like doze off while he watches the news. That would actually be something I'd pay money for. But my grandpa was a lot more likable than Hassan Piker. So let's watch Hassan totally be a professional and be able to handle pro Asmongold criticism.
Baited W clout, Asmongold on top.
That is a laugh of discomfort. Anytime you have the really loud laugh out of nowhere, that means that you're uncomfortable and that guy upset you. Smirk. That's why you smirk and chuckle. That's the sign of a confident man. Ah! That means that you got fucked with. And if you go, you're in control. You're in control of your emotions.
Bro, Asmongold thinks dudes that look like you should perish from the national borders of this country. And you're...
So Asmongold wants all Mexican people removed from the United States. You know, I've never heard Asmongold say that. I've heard him say that he's pro-immigration reform. I heard that he, wants illegals deported. This is kind of one of those weird racist thing that liberals do too. They assume all Latinos are here illegally. They haven't looked at any of the research or any of the reporting or any of the polling that shows that Latinos who are here illegally hate illegal, or who are here legally hate illegal immigration. But anytime they see someone with the last name Sanchez, they go, oh, yeah, this guy wants you deported. And he's like, motherfucker, I was born here. No, he doesn't.
He's literally...
I'm sorry, I saw a Mexican name and I'm liberal, so I just assumed you snuck in.
He's like, Asmongold will be like, you're close enough in San Diego. Might as well move to the other side of the border. And this motherfucker's in here being like, riding for him.
Oh, you're one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. And that got to you, and you had to single it out and talk about it. Hassan, dude, come on.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, you sucked down that Dr. Pepper. Look at how fast his chat is moving, and he can't stop looking at Asmon stories.
Amazing.
Or Asmon chats. He's got nothing. That was it. That was all he had. That was the whole response. That's the other thing I've noticed about Hassan. He'll watch all these news stories, and like he likes to tell people like what a fucking smart guy he is and how much shit he knows about the news and all this. And then you'll watch his takes, and you'll be like, But you didn't say anything. You made no point. And then he went up and he got another soda, which I think is pro-Jew soda. People have called him out for that. He drinks Jewish colonizer soda. Not okay. He's gotten yelled at for it before. Corn Pop says, I moved way faster. His mind would be blown. I do 90,000 with Tim came in. I don't know what you're fucking talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Gamer pod people have useless opinions, says McBuster. I got to tell you, I agree with Sam Show. Hassan has the easiest grift ever. It is. If you want me to say I'm jealous of Hassan Piker, dude, 100%. I don't know what he does. It's hard for me to believe that these people are not like false flags and psyops and shit, because either that or we're just really stupid. That's the thing I'm most afraid of, is that we're just really dumb. Because Hassan Piker has nothing to say. He sits there and lets his chair react to the news, and people eat it up. They eat it the fuck up. Guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I got to go to the bathroom really quick. I'm very sorry. 170 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Let's see if we can't knock it out and call it another win for the toe. We got 2 hours left. We got plenty of time. Let's throw in a couple of gifted memberships. If we go over today, all of the over on PayPal and Venmo goes to Johnny. So be sure to throw in your contributions. We appreciate it. More in a moment here on Steel Toe. I smell just like bologna for some reason. Welcome back to the show. How are we? Are we good? Did you survive without me? Oh no. I missed a call while I was making peepees. Corn Pop says, I hope there was $70 someone donated while he was peeing. Papa Shab, there is not shit in my britches, although wonderful use of the term britches. I do appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's bang out that 170 and call it another win for the toe. Thank you, kids. All right, we're on some Minnesota shit now. We're on some Minnesota shit for a little while. If you're one of the locals, if you're one of the steel toe OGs, which is about where we're back to, 650 to 800, right where we were before all the drama started. Like I said, we won the war. The war is over. We go back to where we were. I told you from day one, that's where this was headed. It's nice. Knocking out our goals. We've got our core audience. It's lovely. It's peacetime here on the toe. Let's continue to knock that out, and let's go to some Minnesota news today. The Minnesota legislature is facing their deadline. I think at the end of this month, we have to have a budget passed. We got to have all of our stuff done. And you guys aren't going to believe this. It looks like it's going to go right down to the wire, and these rascally Democrats and these rascally Republicans, they just can't agree on shit. Isn't it? It's this never happens. It's crazy that all these people are just, just every time, you think, hey, maybe this session they're going to get the budget knocked out early. Everyone can go home early. Apparently, they're all arguing about how much money they can get for their horse shit. Let's take a look at where we're at, and let's see Minnesota government in action. I think even the people who don't live in Minnesota like getting the window in, because I'll be honest, a lot of people like to make fun of our state, especially the last 5 years since George Floyd.
The clock is ticking for the Minnesota legislature to pass the next 2-year budget with just over 24 hours left.
By the way, if you don't know what situation our budget is in, our governor had a $17 billion surplus. The next budget biennium, it's going to be a $5 billion deficit. Our governor burned through $22 billion and raised taxes. It's unbelievable. I mean, and by the way, if he runs for a third term, I have terrible news, Minnesota. He's probably going to win.
Left until a mandatory adjournment. There's still a lot of work that needs to get done. And Fox 9's Young Kim joining us live at the Capitol.
Don't worry. If they don't get it done in time, there's this cool thing that they get to do. They get to go into what's called a special session, and it costs the taxpayers millions of dollars a day. No, it's awesome. It's so great, you guys.
Tonight, so Young, where does the budget stand at this
point? So Young. It's Patrick Melton's favorite reporter.
Kelsey, there's been a last-minute rush of activity, and lawmakers in both chambers passed several bills, and there have been movement in...
It's amazing. Like, basically, if you wonder where all the kids who stayed up late the night before getting all their homework done for the next day, or did all their studying the night before finals, if you're wondering what happened to those kids in school, they all became politicians. They all just started, get our bills in here. Hey, why haven't you done this since January when the session started? Oh, I don't know. I was doing other shit. I was, hanging out and calling, calling donors to see if I could get some more campaign money for next year. God damn it, I forgot all my bills. I just put them all forth in the last couple of days. It is not an unfair question, and it is not a hacky question to ask these people, what the fuck have you been doing this whole time on our dime? And also, do you know what these people get, like, in terms of benefits and stuff? Number one, they get to, like, speed and break traffic laws legally. Like, if you're on your way to session, or you tell the cop you're on your way to session, you can drive 100 miles per hour if you want. Anything that's not a felony, you can commit as long as you're on your way to the House session. You get hundreds of dollars a day in per diem, meaning like you just go eat, go wherever you want on our dime. It's totally fine. And meanwhile, when we get to like the last 2 weeks of session, they're like, all right, now we'll get all our work in. It's like, so you just eat on our dime. You speed, you can, gallivant around, do whatever you want. In fact, former Representative Dean Erdahl, who retired recently, I can tell this story now. He's not there. He said that a lot of them, and he doesn't drink, but a lot of them go to the Kelly Inn in St. Paul. So they'll go to the Kelly Inn and they'll get fucked up. Like they'll just go party at the Kelly Inn and hang out and, sit on, the lounging couches that they have at the Kelly Inn. Just fucking get hammered. Again, on our dime, save that per diem to pick up the bar tab. And now in the last 2 weeks, they're going to shove all these bills in. And by the way, I'm sure they're all going to read every page of them before they vote on them. And then they're going to get our budget taken care of last.
Several of those budget bills. Some policy highlights include veterans, agriculture, housing, and tougher DWI laws now heading to the governor's desk.
Okay. I know that like tougher DWI laws is one of those things like, oh, how can you be against it? But hold on. Chill out for a minute. Do we really need tougher DWI laws? I mean, 0.08. Dude, you can't have 2 beers and drive home anymore. 0.08. I thought we had it when I was a little kid. Like we had it at 0.1. 0.1 was a solid number. It's the first one there after the decimal point. Good. 0.1. 0.08. I mean, geez. Some people drive okay buzzed.
Governor Tim Walz and legislative leaders had announced a roughly $67 billion budget agreement.
$67 billion. It's a budget biennium, so it's 2 years. The state of Minnesota, with like 5 or 6 million people in it, $33.5 billion of government spending every year. And did you know that our legislature, well, I just told you, it's a part-time legislature. And I think senators get paid $60,000 a year. It's a part-time gig. Great deal. You wonder why these people never retire and they do the job until they're like 80. Why would you leave? So like, I remember in like 06, 07, when I would interview Dean Erdahl and I was just starting out in Litchfield doing radio, they would have these conniption fits about these budgets that were like $34, $35 billion for the budget biennium. Now we're hearing $67 billion. Jesus Christ.
Heading into this weekend, but some major issues were still a point of contention. One of those obstacles was whether to continue funding health insurance for adults who are undocumented.
That's a debate? Hey, you're in our country illegally and you don't contribute to our tax base. Would you like to get free health insurance? Fuck you, honestly. And not even the immigrants, but the politicians. That's a debate in our state. I don't know how you can argue that you're representing your constituents, Democrat or Republican, if you're advocating for taxpayer dollars to pay for the health care of illegal immigrants. Don't say that you're representing your constituents, because you're not.
The big issue that had lawmakers split was the phased closure of Stillwater Prison. It was included in a public safety bill that did pass just hours ago and will also go to the governor.
But we should not be reducing our prison capacity just for the sake of reducing our prison capacity.
And by the way, our prison capacity is in the 90%. Like not filled. Over 90% filled. And we're closing down one of our biggest prisons. We're fucking killing it, guys.
People aren't going to stop committing crimes just because there's no prison to send them to.
No. But they're really going to commit crimes when they riot over Derek Chauvin's pardon. That makes me so mad that our news pitched that as a story, even though Trump has come out and said, I'm not pardoning Derek Chauvin. Just like fear-mongering.
Knowing that there is no air conditioning in the facility, and it sometimes gets to 130 degrees.
Oh, I have an idea. Let's not be rapists. That's a good idea. Anybody with me? Let's no raping. Oh, can you believe it? There's no air conditioning in the prison. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Sorry. That's the problem with women. Like a lot of them, they want to be pen pals with prisoners because mama, I can fix them. It's like, don't you feel bad for these people? No, not at all. Meet 5 of them. And then you'll be like, yeah, air conditioning's kind of a waste of taxpayer money. Just take some of your papers and, take your latest denied appeal papers and just fan yourself with them. That'll be fine.
Inside in the summer? That's not humane.
Yeah, I don't care. Neither is rape. I don't. Hey, at a time where we've had 2 sex offenders escape from the St. Peter treatment facility, I don't quite give a shit if our prisoners have air conditioning or not.
It's not safe.
Leaders say they may need.
You know what else isn't safe? Closing down the prison that they're in.
Some time past tomorrow, so a special session does seem likely, and
Right.
lawmakers
There we
need to
go.
pass a budget by June 30th to avoid a government shutdown. Live at the Capitol tonight, So Young Kim.
God, they always tease me. It's like, you know what? Then shut it down. Fuck it. Shut it down. Call it a day. See what happens. They never want an actual shutdown, though, because they're worried that if they shut it down, if they shut down the government and then we find out we don't really there's nothing worse for the government than when they shut it down and people realize they're fine, everything goes along smoothly for a while. They're like, fuck, why don't we shut down the government more often? Why don't we cut spending? We don't need half of the shit we do. They don't want to, they want to tease the government shutdown, but they don't want to do the government shutdown. Approachable says, good. Maybe then they get out next time. They want to try some shit. They'll remember how they lost 47 pounds in ball sweat alone and maybe not reoffend. Would be nice. Would be nice, wouldn't it? Bigot on socialist media says, don't even give them a bed in prison. Just pack 10 in a cell to sleep on the concrete, for fuck's sake. Like an illegal. Hobo Chili says, the only thing Aaron wants to know is, if you close down the prison, what are you going to do with all the food? Well, I mean, Hobo, waste not, want not. It's a fair question. Somebody writes, do prisoners really deserve AC? Some people not in prison don't even have AC. It's a luxury. Well, DFL leader Erin Murphy, she thinks that it's unconscionable that we don't have that. Corn Pop says, why do you want me to donate $1? I'll do it. Because it's just really nice of you, Corn Pop. All the fun you have watching this show for the last 3 hours every day, because you're having a great time with us, and I'm a remarkably entertaining specimen. And throwing us $1 is a really nice thing. It's a great symbol of your appreciation of all things steel toe. You don't stay here for 3 hours because you hate it, no matter what you tell yourself. Look at that. Corn Pop with $1. Appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. 170 away from today. Everybody throw in a little something. Corn Pop, I'll look for you on YouTube. Is your name Corn Pop? We'll get you out of there, buddy. Don't you worry. We'll get you out of there. 170 away from knocking out today. If you guys do it, every dollar we go over is going to go to Johnny. Corn Pop says premium on YouTube because YouTube, I like you, do better. Yeah, if you're a YouTube premium member, we actually get more revenue when you watch us, which is cool. $2 from Atomic Ray. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Corn Pop just gave 1. Atomic Ray just gave 2. The next person should do 3. The next person 4. The next person 5. I like this idea. Atomic Ray says, Toe, you were jailed and I still find you offensive. I'm an offender. What can I say? Obama Phone Pro Max 5G with $4.99 says, have you seen the Shiloh Hendris update video? Oh, that grainy one that was up there? That was real? Let's go check it out. I'd love a good Shiloh Hendris update. People love Shiloh. Thank you for the $4.99 Obama Phone Pro Max 5G. We're now 165 away from today's goal. So we did a 1, a 2, a 5. We need a 3. We need a 4, and let's stack it from there. I think that's a fun little bit to do. Let's go. So Shiloh Hendris, I saw this last night, but it looked fake because it looked like a prison video. Shiloh Hendris. Yeah, a message from Shiloh Hendris for everyone who had her back. Please say the N-word. Be so goddamn funny. All right, let's listen to our girl here. See what she's got for us.
Hi everyone, I'm Shiloh Hendris. I wanted to take a little time to talk
to
you all about what's been going on.
We're not going to let her watch the Western Conference Finals, are we? If she's a Timberwolves fan, I really don't think that she should be allowed to be watching basketball right now. The last thing she needs is a PR disaster.
With my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. Also,
where I called a little kid the N-word and made $1 million.
So some concerns that have been brought to my attention.
Okay.
There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam.
It's not really a scam. You called a kid the N-word, you asked people to give you money, and they gave it to you by the truckload. I don't understand where the scam would be. They don't have to donate to you. They don't have to give you money. It's your money. You can do with it what you want.
Haven't been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me for any money. So there's that. Rest assured, all the money has gone to me. When this first started, I had a handful of people helping me out. Anglo-Saxon Girl, Tom Hennessy.
I love that the thing you're famous for is calling a black kid the N-word and then saying it on video numerous times. And the first person you think, I want to thank Anglo-Saxon Girl. I want to thank Sieg Heil 1488. I want to thank fucking Hitler Lover 92. I want to Shiloh, let's thank some other people. Or at least don't start with Anglo-Saxon Girl. I want to thank White Pride 22. They were really cool.
Paul Miller and Ofsterbone, Avi.
I want to thank 1350. He's been great.
And they really just were kind of guiding me through this.
I want to thank Ooga Booga 94. He's been really helpful throughout this whole process.
Time and promoting my fundraiser.
Another great donor of ours, Back to Africa 19. Great guy. I don't know why they all need numbers after, but they do. Makes it work better.
And getting the word out there about everything that was going on. So I am forever grateful for all of them for that. And then the Avi thing happened where he got fired from his job and uploaded a video and started his own fundraiser. That had nothing to do with myself and the rest of the people that were involved. As soon as we found out the truth about all of that, I severed ties with him immediately.
I don't know who that is. I guess I'm in the dark on that one. So some guy tried to grift off of her situation and raise his own money. I mean, I get that. I see that happening. You see her making like $750,000. And you're like, oh, maybe I can, I'm a dishonest guy. Maybe I can sneak a little something off the top there. I can see that happening. She's a lot more entertaining when she's yelling at children.
I am not married to him.
What?
I don't know him. I've never met any of these people. So I just want to shut that down right now. Yeah.
Shiloh, are you spending a lot of the money that you've been making? Because a lot of people would consider that a particular kind of rich. I don't know if you know the term or not.
When I first found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying.
I mean, you're human. Yeah. What? There's a video of me? Yeah, you're at a park. And like, oh shit, I said the N-word like 5 times. They didn't get the part where I'm saying the N-word about a little kid, did they? Yes, they did. Ooh, that's gonna be bad.
But not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me.
I mean, some of them for the wrong reasons, but all right.
My back in this situation, and it was very overwhelming, and I am so grateful for you all for that.
They want to fuck you. I'm just letting you know. A lot of them who gave you, just don't do me a favor, Shiloh. Do not go and do like public appearances. You're going to draw creeps.
When this first happened, and
all right, folks, step right up, $5. Let the amazing Alabaster Princess call you the N-word.
I went on X and I saw Anglo-Saxon Girl had posted my video. I messaged her and I was like, hey, that's me. Just kind of needing somebody like-minded to talk to.
I found someone like-minded, so I found Anglo-Saxon Girl. I found Protect Our Race, and, we all just had a nice brunch, and, we had some mimosas, and we agreed that, life would be better if we could just get them all. Well, never mind.
And, of course, she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, proving who I was.
That's good.
And that's when we kind of got
Let's
the
all
whole
trust
fundraiser
each other
started and set up.
without knowing each other.
And, yeah, the rest of that is history. I also just want to say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up.
This is wow, tribe. Wow, she really is going for it. Holy shit. Shiloh is, I think Shiloh's a great example of what you can get away with if you don't apologize. I mean, I don't find what she did to be particularly classy. I don't think you should call little, children of color the N-word, no matter what they do. But, like, they confronted her on it, and she's like, yeah, fuck. I think that's where a lot of the money came from, was not necessarily people, I've said this before, it wasn't necessarily people going, yeah, call that little kid the N-word. I think it was more people were like, yeah, finally, someone who's not ashamed and apologizing and, prostrating themselves in front of the god of political correctness. At least it's someone who's going, I'm not going to apologize just because I got caught saying something. That would be phony. I think that's why a lot of people are giving her money. Not because they're like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of them are donating money because they're like, yeah, call that kid the N-word, But a lot of them are being like, finally, you're not apologizing and groveling. That's nice to see.
Stick together, and if we keep fighting back, our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid of the people who are so fragile to.
Somebody's about to start another GoFundMe, huh?
A word.
Somebody's getting a podcast.
I am just.
Watch her go after Ben
so
Shapiro on the
all.
first episode.
We are in the process of looking for a home. We have.
Well, guess what? You got some options. Your budget opened up.
Some. Getting out of the state.
Oh, really? What's wrong with Minnesota? You don't like it here? You don't like it that someone filmed you at one of your worst moments and tried to make you look like an asshole?
Starting a new life, and I want to have a quiet life. I don't plan on, being an influencer. I don't.
Yeah, your fucking notice me tattoo is really telling me you want to have a quiet life. This is like all those white women who are like, I just don't want any drama. It's like, wow. How does it seem to just follow you? You're really unlucky because you don't want drama. You don't want noise, yet it always seems to find you. That's too bad. And they don't pick up on the sarcasm and they go, yeah, I know.
Plan on doing interviews. Like, that's just not something that I would ever want to do.
Don't worry. Lily Gaddis will go on TV shows for you.
On my agenda. So maybe someday, but I don't foresee it happening anytime soon. We're all doing okay. We've been moving around a lot. It's been an adventure.
We're worried that they're going to steal from us, so we've been. All right, she's kind of. I'll say this about Shiloh Hendris. Good luck to her and everything else, but she's fucking boring, man. She really is. I mean, it's not her fault. Like, she's only famous for one thing. She's She called a black kid the N-word. I mean, there's really, what are you going to do with that? I mean, what's the sequel to that one? You know, American History X really is the only sequel. Bigot on socialist media with $3. There you go. We got a 1, 2, a 3, a $4.99. We got a couple of 5s from Corn Pop, says skip forward. Went right to the fucking 1. Thermodyne with $5 says 5 for the toe. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Let's continue down here. $4 from Atomic Ray says N. Thank you. $1 from You Need Me More says, I don't know why, but this chick bugs the shit out of me. I'm getting the same exact vibe that you're getting. I don't know what it is, but I don't like her. Yankee with a great point says, she's the Hawk Tua of racism. 100%. Redbird with $5 says, how many times has apologizing changed nothing and someone still gets fired? Yes, absolutely. Eventually, someone was going to say, why should I be sorry? Well, and the first person that did, they fucking took home some bank, did they not? Redbird is now tied for first with Anna Fake with $120. Stephanie is in third with $100. And Doorman is tied for fourth with $100. And we are officially $150 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We've had a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a bunch of 5s. Now let's see if we can go to 6. Let's see if we can do this in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do a $6 contribution. We'll see. We'll get to a 7. We'll knock out this 150 in no time. Thank you guys so much. Again, once we go over today's goal, everything that comes in on Venmo and PayPal and Rumble goes right to Johnny. So thank you for your contributions. Let's KO that 150 and call it another win for the toe. Thank you to Obama Phone Pro Max 5G for the $5 and the recommendation to do that video. Now we got a Diddy update for you. About 650 of you still checking out the show today. We're holding tight there. Appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, spread the show. We appreciate it. We gained, someone was telling me yesterday, that you gained a lot of fans from that LawTube area. They were writing to me yesterday going, you've gained a lot of fans from the LawTube crowd. They said it was so funny to watch the Karen Reed trial start and then watch the steel toe number go down. I'm like, yeah, it's funny. It's a lot easier to handle where you know where it's coming from. You know it's coming back when it's done. It still doesn't make it easier to fucking look at it and see it. But you guys we were up over 800 yesterday. That was a great day till the fucking trial started. And you guys were up near 700 today. So that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Keep throwing it at us. We'll keep knocking it out. And I appreciate your support. Let's go to the Diddy trial update stuff. It's making me uncomfortable how into baby oil this dude is. Like, why? Like, do you need to turn every sex partner you have, like their torso and their back? Do you need to turn fucking everything from their fucking toes to their pussy to their nose into a slip and slide, bro? Come on. You can, like, foreplay, Diddy, foreplay. How about a little, I know the big stereotype is black guys don't like to go down on chicks, but like it pays dividends in the end, bro. Come on. Let's, let's not use baby oil in support of, putting in work, homeboy. Federal agents testified that they found drugs, baby oil, lubricant, and cash stashed in Diddy's New York City hotel room after his 2024 arrest. So are we to believe that, like, Diddy just doesn't get women wet? Is that what we're supposed like? Everybody's like, hey, we found a shitload of cocaine. What else? Baby oil and lube. This guy just like to go in dry? It's like, I don't understand all the lube and the baby oil. It's like someone bragging about sex causing, blood on the sheets. It's like, bro, that means you don't get people wet and you're like doing damage because you can't fuck. So they found all that in Diddy's New York City hotel room after his 2024 arrest. They took photos as evidence And now we got pictures of what they found. Here's just KY and Johnson & Johnson and cocaine on the fucking sink. It's just, oh, there you go. There's a little medicine for Diddy. There's Visine. What the fuck? I mean, okay. Oh, shit, and a buttload of cash. Nice. Oh, look, they got a subscription for Frank Black. Wait a minute, but P. Diddy's name is Sean Combs. Why didn't it? Clonazepam? You got to remember, I'm a fucking square. I'm not big on the drugs. I don't know what clonazepam is and what it does to you. But they found that shit, a bunch of lube, a dickload of... This guy doesn't go anywhere without his baby oil, boy. I tell you what. Diddy is... Dead Game says that's prescription Klonopin. Still no idea. Still no idea. You ain't getting my money says no, Dead Game. He said subscription. No. Los Federales says you better watch out. You better not cry. Bite on this rag. I'm coming in dry. Yeah. Like, Diddy not helping the stereotypes of the not going down on chicks. Atomic Ray with $6 says, haha, that is antibiotics for a UTI. Get the fuck out of here. Please let that be true. Oh, no. Diddy gave her dirt puss. Oh, maybe that's why she was running out of there and trying to get on the elevator and why Diddy had to drag her down. She's like, my cunt stinks and I've got an infection and I smell like asshole. I need to get out of here. And he's like, get over here, bitch. I ain't done with that baby oil yet. She's like, no, I'm tired of not being wet. I'm tired of just being all greasy down there, Diddy. Fucking eat my box. No, baby, because your box smell like rancid fish, bitch. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say this. I don't think that this Diddy is a very sensitive, attentive lover. I'm going to go out on a limb. What is that true? Is that what that medication is? I got to look it up. Why was it prescribed to Frank Black? Clonazepam. What is clonazepam? Medication primarily used to treat seizures and panic disorder. It belongs to a class of drug. Oh, it's benzos, which are central nervous system depressants. It's not for UTIs. It's not for her fucking rotting puss. How dare you say such a thing? Thank you very much to Atomic Ray for that $6. Okay, so we've had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we need to do a 7. Let's do a 7. 145 is the number for today. Thank you very much. Ed Harlow says clonazepam dries people out. Oh, is that why he needed the lube and the baby oil? Sucking up all the moisture? It's too bad. We're learning a lot more about Diddy than I ever wanted to. I don't like it. I'm uncomfortable. The DHS agent testified that a bottle of prescription medication was found in an orange prescription bottle made out to Frank Black. Cassie testified that that was an alias Diddy used, and we see this in the bottles that we just showed you. RP with $6.99 says, so close. You know what? That counts as 7. We're counting that one. All right, now we're on to 8. Now we need an 8. We've had a 1 through a 7. Now we need an 8 or a $7.99. 140 away from today. Thank you, RP. So the show and tell with the jury also featured bottles of Astroglide lubricant and Johnson's baby oil, and those appear to be in the photos as well. Here's the deal with this Diddy trial. I just have a feeling that people are going to get so grossed out and so tired of the fucking degeneracy and all the... Because have we even gotten to the Diddy party shit yet? It seems like we're still in the hotel. So when they start getting to the Diddy party stuff and they're like, oh yeah, I mean, Diddy was paying dancers and stuff to fuck all these chicks and, just throw baby oil all over the place. Like, eventually one of the older people who's on the jury is just going to stand up and go, fucking guilty. Can I leave? Be like, you need to sit down, ma'am. I got to get out of here. This guy's a piece of shit. All right. And then at least the prosecutor will know this is not going our way. Coltrane with $5 says, I know it's not Friday, but this had me giggling like a 6-year-old. We'll check it out later. $1 from Give Me Tips says $1 because fuck you, double chin. New boot goofing on the fuck you. Oh, but not on the double chin. All right. Well, at least I know where you stand. All right. So where are we stuck at? 8. 8 is the number we're on. 135 away from today. Thank you guys for doing this a few bucks at a time. I appreciate all of the generosity. But in our order, we're at $8. That's what we're looking for next. Somebody saying something about Steve Harvey. Said something about there's clips of Steve Harvey talking about baby oil coming back to haunt him. Oh, I'm in. Let's take a look. What did fucking dirty old man Steve Harvey say about baby oil? No baby oil. That's what Andre the Giant used to say to Macho Man. He hated that Macho Man used so much baby oil in their matches. And Macho would come over and go, yeah, Giant, what do you think we should do tonight? Yeah. And he'd be like, no baby oil. Get really pissed and he just fucking beat the shit out of Randy Savage in the ring. Like, Andre the Giant's one of those guys where you just had to be as cool as possible to him and do whatever he asked. Because he's legitimately a giant. He could just beat the living shit out of you when you get out there. Steve Harvey, baby oil. Let's see what he said. Let's see what gross shit. Uh-oh. This isn't good. I already read the description of this clip. This is not gonna age well.
Baby oil it just go with everything. You can get baby oil on pizza. I done got it on pizza before. You taste it, you can't even hardly taste it.
Is baby oil a black people thing? Because, like, lube, obviously, we all know about lube and shit. But, like, is baby oil... I know massage oils. Is, like, baby oil, is that, like, Afro Sheen? Is that something that, like, white people just don't understand the value of baby oil?
I had baby oil all around my mouth before. I don't even know what's on there. It's just a baby oil type night. It's just baby oil. All right. Praise the Lord, baby oil.
Steve Harvey ever been to a Diddy party? I'd like to know. Putting that shit on pizza, I guess? Oh, my God. This clip is really coming back all over the place. Wait, he's got
Ain't
more?
really for babies. Baby oil, baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. Baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. Include baby oil in your love life. Baby oil, baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. Baby oil, baby oil, baby oil, baby oil.
I just don't like, I don't know. Like, I've used massage oils before, and then obviously there's lube, but like, there's something about the word baby being in baby oil that I'm not, no thanks, I'm good. I don't like that the term baby is in it. It creeps me the fuck out. Yeah, people are saying baby oil on pizza. Apparently baby oil on pizza. Corn Pop with $1 says dildos. All right. Dildos indeed. Okay, people are saying that's fucking weird. Helgi says, I'd like to thank Steve Harvey's baby oil 456. Das Optic Nerve says, I'm a greasy wop. Don't ask me. Yeah, it's okay. It's definitely black people things then. All right. Well, he wants to put baby. Look, guys, the guy wants to put baby oil on pizza. Who are we to interrupt him or talk to him or deal with him or associate with him in any way, shape, or form? Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. 135 away from today's goal. What are we on in our order? $8 is the next one in succession. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Das Optic Nerve says, did he mean pizza as in Pizzagate? Oh. Helgi says he's guilty. Lock him up. all of you Diddy party goers better start telling us what you know really quick, because once Diddy's convicted, we're going to start asking you questions. That's the deal. This story to me is so stupid. Apparently, one of the cast members of 600 Pound Life died in the hospital. And this article, I'm guessing, was written with a straight face. 600 Pound Life star Melania Trump dies in the hospital. Preliminary cause revealed. You know how, like, TMZ and every website and every news organization will write a headline that encourages you to read the rest because you have to find out the answer? That doesn't work in this case. When you have someone who's 600 fucking pounds and you go, hey, they died, read on to find out how. It's like, no, you know what? I think I can put two and two together on this one. I'm going to say one form or another of being a giant fat fuck is going to be the reason why they died. God. And then, like, it puts us in a weird position because they report it as though we're supposed to feel bad. They're like, oh, this 600-pound person died. It's like, yeah, that's really the only thing a 600-pound person can be looked at as dependable for. The only person a 700-pound person can be dependent on is to die. That's like the next step. You either get to do Subway commercials because you lost 400 pounds, or you croak. Those are really the only two directions you have. Melania Trump, best known for being featured on the reality show My 600-Pound Life, has died of natural causes in Louisiana. Stop with natural causes. Look at her. She's gigantic. She's wearing a tent tarp. You don't get to say, she died of natural. There's nothing natural about weighing 600 pounds and your fat literally crushing your arteries until you die. Patain passed away Saturday night at Christ Us Highland Medical Center in Shreveport. Unfortunately, the reports are coming in now that she didn't even clean her plate. The coroner tells us the preliminary autopsy found that Patain died from congestive heart failure. You don't say. Her heart gave out. I thought it was too much jogging. No, we lost one from My 600-Pound Life. It's almost like glorifying people for being gigantic fat whales is having a deleterious effect on our society. Mind-boggling. I don't know how we got here. Let's go to 09 Canyon. He says her titties are naturally in her armpits. Dub says motorboat at your own risk. McBuster says saturated fat overdose is now called natural causes. Das Optic Nerve says somehow Aaron still has more chins than her. You know what? You don't deserve me. That's what I'm deciding. 13 or 14 more chin jokes with Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and PayPals, and I might leave. Sam Show says, that being said, you still fasting, fatty? This is your future. I am fat. What do I have? 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock today will be 16 hours. And then I can eat again. I was going to say I should go to the gym today. I keep forgetting I have that meeting, that lunch meeting. Jesus. I'm going to fuck up my whole future because I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I forgot. That is some retard shit. Like, hey, man, kind of a big meeting today. We had a lot to talk about. What's going on? Like, oh, shit, I forgot. I'm sorry. Oh, did you go out and do stuff? No, I'm just sitting on my couch with no pants on I'm catching up on Raw from last night. Why are you wearing pro wrestling? Why are you watching pro wrestling with no pants on? Now I'm realizing that this meeting is going to, yeah, you know what? 09 Canyon says set an alarm or two. You know what? Let's do that. There we go. Should leave the house by about 11, jackass. 11 a.m. There we go. Now I have an alarm set. Perfect. 135 away from today's goal. As we told you before, once we hit today's goal, Everything you guys send on PayPal and Venmo will be sent to Johnny after the program, but we have to knock out that 135 first. So please and thank you. Remember James Comey, the former FBI director, who was no big Trump fan? Apparently he made some, I don't know if it was a tweet. I don't know if it was some message he sent out. But James Comey, the former FBI director, by the way, there is no deep state. We're all just crazy. Listen to Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. James Comey sent out a message that said 8647. Now, a lot of you don't know what that means because it doesn't say 1488. But 8647, any of you who have worked in the restaurant industry knows that 86 means eliminate. Means like at the restaurant I worked at, we had specials. And if we ran out of one of the specials, they'd say 86 prime rib. Okay, we eliminate prime rib from the menu. 8647. Donald Trump, 47th president of the United States. So this is one of those things that nutless cunts get confronted on, and they go, "What? It was just some numbers. I just wrote 8647. I don't know what the big deal is." Yeah, I bet you fucking douchebag. So apparently James Comey did this. Some people are talking about charges. I wouldn't hold my breath. One thing we know is these people never face any consequences for shit that you and I would have Secret Service knocking on our door for. So this is James Comey, and they're interviewing him about this 8647 thing, and let's watch him weasel out of this one.
You've been under investigation. I don't know if people like Miles Taylor and Chris Krebs ever have. There are a whole lot of people being disappeared from the streets for their political speech around the war in Gaza. I mean, what is it like to be under investigation, and how do people withstand that if that is indeed what's being ushered in?
Holy shit, is this woman's profession? I've never seen her. I don't watch a lot of MSNBC, so I've never seen her before, but like, they put her on TV, and this is how she talks. And a lot of people have been removed from the streets. How do you... She looks like she should be on one of those, like, internet channels that, like, looks like a news channel but isn't quite a news channel. Like that Democracy Now! She looks like she should be on Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman. A lot of people are getting disappeared from the streets. You know, I love it when the left wants to talk about people being disappeared from the streets. It's totally legit. It's not a crazy conspiracy theory. But then when you want to talk about Seth Rich or the would-be Trump assassin and all these people, now we can't talk about people being disappeared, or now we can't talk about inside jobs or conspiracies. But when it comes to some college kid being removed for being anti-Israel, which I agree is bullshit, then all of a sudden it's people, we get to use dramatic language. That's interesting.
It's hard. It gets easier the more times you do it. Unfortunately, I have experience. But you have to do two things at the same time that seem contradictory. You have to be clear-eyed about the threat to you, if you're being threatened with physical violence or you're being threatened with an investigation, and to your family. You have to take prudent steps to protect yourself. But
Sure. So what if the former FBI director says something like 8647? What would you suggest you do as a man who probably still has access to intelligence assets? What would you say you should do about that, Comey?
You have to do something else that's hard. You can't overstate the threat, right? When you're being targeted, there's a tendency to see the boogeyman under every bed that you sit on. You can't give them that space in your head, because in some contexts, that's their goal, is to freak you out. And so
you know, in fairness to Trump, he doesn't do that. He doesn't let people have room in his head, even when he kind of should. Like, he was actually kind of like flippant about the assassination attempt. A lot of people would have just milked that and rode it all the way to the White House, but he kind of moved on to the next thing pretty quick. And now chicken shit Kash Patel and chicken shit Dan Bongino are like, well, yeah, it is the way they say it was. The fuck it was. Stop it. That wasn't an inside job at all. Plus, the guy who went to Ukraine and fought there and then came back and then was hiding in the golf course with a fucking rifle sticking out through the trees. Oh, yeah, that shit happens all the time. You know, Trump, in fairness to him, does not let people push him around that way. But like at the same time, he also, I think, allows too much.
What I advise people to do is look, the rule of law is still our saving grace. We have a judiciary in this country that will support the truth. Take solace in that. Take prudent steps, but don't freak out. These people are not good enough for you to be freaked out about. Protect yourself. Be measured about the effect the threat has on you, and know that you're going to be okay.
Maybe don't freak out should be the next message you post. I'm going to sneak in one more break. We'll get to the book on the other side.
God, who is she? She's terrible. Maybe the next message should be don't be freak out. So they were asking him, apparently he's under investigation for the 8647 thing. Well, he should be. I mean, that's a direct threat to the president of the United States. That's something worth looking into. Now they're going to investigate Comey, and then ultimately they're going to go, yeah, he's fine. Let him go. Leave him alone. Because none of these people have any kind of issues. But they never get held accountable for any of this shit. But at the same time, you got to look into it. You got to at least, make it look like you give a fuck, even if you don't, and they don't. 600 of you checking out the show as we head into the final hour of the program. Thank you very much for that. Hey, we're very close. We're 135 away from today's goal. Just a few more contributions, and we will be all the way there. And after that, it will all go to Johnny's. Thank you guys very much. There's all the links in the chat. 135 is the number. A few more generous contributions, and we've nailed it again. My Lost Interest says, maybe he was letting his wife know the code to the garage. That could be it. That would be the one. 8647 is just his garage code. It's the last four of his social is 8647. Maybe we're jumping on the guy a little too early. Corn Pop says, chat for Johnny to solve his legs, making more lightweight, more flexible, and easier. Don't act like we don't know, Corn Pop, that you're trying to get Johnny to cut off his legs. I don't know. I'm not going to call him during the show while he's resting up and everything, but I will text him before my meeting today. I should probably let him know how the meeting goes, too. It pertains to him, I suppose. But like I said before, if you're just joining us, Johnny has an infection in one of his legs. It's working its way up his leg. They've got him on antibiotics, and they're trying to work that out. And you know what I did think about yesterday, and I feel bad that I thought about this. Is he going to be okay? Because he smokes a lot of weed. Is he going to be okay in there without weed? Because, I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. I'm like, can we stop with the bullshit that people don't have weed addictions and that weed's not an addictive substance? It completely is. I get tired of hearing from all these potheads who excuse it. They're like, oh, I'm not addicted. I just smoke it every day. It's like, bro, that's an addiction. You're addicted to a chemically altering substance. I'm sorry, it's a drug addiction. You're a drug addict. But I hope he's all right in there without the weed, because he kind of leans on that to keep the pain at bay. Although you're in a pretty good place to keep pain at bay as well. So, Hobo Chili says, let's be honest, his legs are just accessories now, so we can wear nice slacks. I mean, that's important though. I mean, who doesn't look sharper in a nice pair of slacks, right? Sneak them gummies. Oh, okay. So you bring the gummies with you, and then you can just, okay. Dub says mentally addictive, not physically. I think so. I don't know. I've known people who they claim it's not addictive, yet, you say, hey, go a day without it. And they're like, why? Okay. All right. Let's open up these 8 o'clock stories. And while we're doing those, do us a favor, throw in a couple of bucks, gift a membership, hit like, hit share, hit follow, do whatever you'd like to do. But let's get that 135 goal down to 0 and see if we can't call it another win for the toe. Thank you guys so much. Well, onward and upward. I think I had to cover this story. I think people would have given me shit if I didn't cover this. And it is Melania Trump's her big push on AI technology and shit like that. I got tweets, I got stuff yesterday, people going, oh, Aaron, what do you think about this? The first lady thinks you're a piece of shit. And I'm like, I can't not cover this and not give myself shit, you know? Because when you make a mistake and you fuck up and you do something really dumb and you're not proud of it, but you do feel like you've grown out, you've outgrown it, you've grown past it, and you can kind of, I feel like being able to make fun of yourself about, you know, something stupid you did in your past, I think is very important. We got to get to the Melania revenge porn thing, right? Marble Arm says 187.47 would have been a lot more hardcore. Yeah, that one would have been pretty rough. That would have been a lot harder to explain than 86.47. 187 doesn't leave as much. Like My Lost Interest said, at least with a 4-digit number, you can say it's your garage code. This is Melania Trump talking about the Take It Down Act, a powerful step forward in efforts to ensure that every American, especially young people, can feel better protected from their image or identity being abused. You know, I was also thinking this is not good for that super tip system because, you know, the lawyers I've been talking to, there's a group of people who would like to send a cease and desist. There's, and I'm trying to accommodate as many people as I can. And as I talk to those lawyers to send that cease and desist, I'm telling them, I'm like, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not against people getting my permission to use something. I just want to be compensated for it. So if if I send you something and you're going to be a bitch and take it down, I don't understand that. You're just costing yourself money. You can deal me in. Let's sit down like men, work something out, pay for my name, image, and likeness. Let's get something done. Or you can be a bitch and you can take it down. So we're getting the wording together on that. And also there's a bunch of other people who found out I'm doing it and they would like to jump in with me. So we're getting that together and we're going to send that over. I think this Melania Trump thing is a bad look for technology like that. I don't know why Melton has to lie and say it's been sold either. I think he's afraid of legal ramifications. So he thinks that if he lies and says it's sold, because he lies a lot, and we busted him a lot, and he doesn't like it. But, like, he thinks that people will then stop because, like, Sean's punked him, Kurt's punked him, bunch of other people are ready to punk him, and he fails the punk test every time and then tells a lie because he thinks then people will stop. It's like, well, dude, we can look up who owns it. It's you. It still says you own it. So, like, I don't know where you just, sorry, not to be disrespectful, but you're just not good at this. Let's go to Melania Trump and see what she says about what a piece of shit I am.
Welcome to the White House. It's an honor to join you here today for the signing of the Take It Down Act, a national...
Take It Down Act, it's a law about poker. It's when you fold a hand. Take it down.
Victory that will help parents and families protect children from online exploitation. This legislation is a powerful step forward in our efforts to ensure that every American, especially young people, can feel better protected from their image or identity being abused through non-consensual or intimate imagery of I and CII.
What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Inappropriate, intimate imagery. It is a shitty thing to do. I'll be very honest with you. I've said this before, and this is going to sound so stupid to you. And I admit I'm a fucking moron. If I would have known that that was illegal, not shitting you, I would never have done that in a million years. I just wanted my buddy to be like, hey, nice job, stupid fuckboy shit to do. I had no idea, because, like, from the beginning of time, like high school and shit, we'd show our friends, like, hey, you like her? What do you think of this? You just do that shit. Like, I remember Chad Zumach going on his show being like, who fucking hasn't done this? He's like, we'd all be guilty of. I had no idea. Because I thought that the revenge porn shit or like the dissemination, I thought dissemination meant the literal meaning of the word dissemination. It's like you share it with the public. I sent it to a guy. I sent it to a friend. I'm a retard. Like, yeah, I absolutely, the misdemeanor I pled to it because I did it. I didn't do the felony, but I did the misdemeanor. So I thought it was very fair. You know, people got mad at me. Like, you only $50. I hate steel toe. It's like, well, no, I mean, it was fair. I got punished for what I did at the level that I did it. So I thought it was a very fair deal. A lot of people thought that I got some kind of win on it, which is retarded. It's in no way is it a win. I don't know what you're talking about. But it's good that they're protecting people, especially with the AI shit now. Like if they just use your likeness, this kind of codifies into law that even if you use AI as like a workaround, that ain't going to work because that's still name, image, likeness.
Artificial intelligence and social media are the digital candy for the next generation. Sweet, addictive, and engineered to have an impact on the cognitive development of our children. But unlike sugar,
people underestimate her, like intelligence-wise. People see that she's attractive, and they're like, oh, she must be some kind of she's smart, man. Doesn't she speak like 5 languages or something like that? Melania is sharp.
These new technologies can be weaponized, shape beliefs, and sadly affect emotions and even be deadly. Over the past few months, I have met with brave survivors, deeply loving families, and caring advocates who know firsthand the emotional and psychological toll of NCII and deepfake abuse.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't sound good for the old super tips and systems like it. This is basically telling you non-consensual use, even using AI. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Alliston Berry stood boldly for change, despite the risk posed to her and her family by speaking out and making her voice heard. Alliston, your voice and the voices of so many like you made this bill a national priority.
Yeah, I mean, they got that done quick. That was Melania's big thing. Like every first lady has their big crusade every term. This was hers. And she, she did it. And again, she got it done very, very fast. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hopefully this goes away. Uh-oh. I got one of the Windows Security Center things that just popped up. Fuck. Now I got to close this down and restart it. Oh, boogers. I don't know what the fuck happened. That never happens to me. All right, let's reopen. There we go. We'll restore everything and no! We don't want to restore that one. Get it the fuck out of here. God damn it. Sorry, guys. 130 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. We'll knock it out. We'll call it another win for the toe. I just have to reload the chats here real quick. And then we'll get back down to business in just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, was Nick, I see a clip here from Alyssa Clips, the truth about the bullet in the couch story. The truth about the bullet in the couch story is this. He was sitting on my couch, a bullet fell out of his pocket, and my youngest daughter was playing on her tablet, and it was sitting right next to her, and I fucking found it. And he had no fucking idea, and he wasn't supposed to have fucking drugs in my house. That's the truth of the fucking story, and he brought his whole fucking safe, and I told him to get the fuck out. That's the truth behind that story, this stupid alcoholic junkie. God, he's still on his... Oh, but you know what? He was talking to the two retarded bimbos, pretty antisocial, who have been sexting with him. So they believe anything he'll say. Those are two of the shittiest parents I've ever seen. Like, to actively associate with a guy because you hate me so much that poisoned his daughter, let her get cocaine, and then left a bullet next to my daughter. Those two are the biggest pieces of shit because they have a choice. And they chose to, oh, that's so funny. Oh, you let your 9-year-old get drugs. That's so funny. Those are two of the most, I mean, those two should probably burn in hell for that shit. Let's be very honest. 1:35 away from today. All right, we're getting everything back up and running there. Thank you. Redbird with $1 says, what do you think of this Diddy conspiracy? Oh, God, we got more Diddy conspiracy. They're just coming out of the woodwork, aren't they? With the Diddy conspiracies. So they let Nick go on their show and basically fucking lie his ass off. And let me guess, they totally believe him, even though he's lied about everything. Because, again, I've broken their brains so much and they hate Steel Toe so much that they just can't resist. They can't help it. An unrepentant drug addict, and they buy it. These are the kind of women who have pen pals in prison. These are the kind of women who go, no, he really loves me and I can fix him. Just big fat dipshits who just are desperate for any kind of male attention. It's truly pitiful. But yeah, I mean, the bullet story is very simple. And April will tell you the same thing if you ever talk to her about it privately. He was sitting there on the couch. He's a fucking junkie who can't go anywhere without his fucking cocaine, even though I told him not to bring the shit in my fucking house. And the bullet fell out of his pocket right next to my youngest daughter. And I found it. I unscrewed the fucking thing. The shit fell into my hands over the sink. And I had to fucking pour it down the drain, get it fucking out of there, throw it away, the whole deal. God, just a lying sack of shit. Just can't admit to people that he's a fucking piece of shit who fucked up badly. What a pathetic retard. Comey. Oh, wow. They're saying Comey blamed the picture on his wife. The 86-47 thing. What an asshole. He's letting the wife take the fall for the 86-47 thing. I mean, you know what? If it's going to work for him, if it's going to keep him out of jail. But again, I don't think they're going to throw him in jail for that. Really? They're going to throw, like James Comey, the former FBI director. That guy, he ain't going anywhere. I'm going to go on record as saying that James Comey is going to be fine. 1:35 away from today. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Thank you guys very, very much. Here's a new conspiracy theory. This is from Brianna Morello on Twitter. Brianna says Diddy's trial has nothing to do with sex trafficking or racketeering. The feds wanted access to the blackmail Diddy had on other celebrities, so they obtained a search warrant and took the freak-off tapes. Well, yeah, my working theory was that Diddy became the new Epstein after Epstein got arrested, and he was the guy who was going to get all the dirt on the famous people. He was going to get them all blackmailed, get them all, create sex scandals for him so that the government would, they basically be at the government's beck and call. They'd make a song, make a movie, whatever kind of propaganda they needed. You don't think all this bullshit from Disney gets made without a few people having their arms twisted, do you? So then the feds decided, well, you know what? Just in case this Diddy guy goes rogue, let's get everything he's got so we can start blackmailing people. Now, shortly after the raid, celebrities began endorsing Kamala Harris. Okay. Now James Comey's daughter is responsible for doing what she did during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. None of the celebrity attendees' names are being dropped during Diddy's trial. Well, you notice that that one girl sued Jay-Z. She mentioned Jay-Z in the lawsuit. And the minute that came out, she came back out and said, oh, no, Jay-Z never had anything to do with it. Jay-Z was a good boy. I don't know what I was talking about. My blood sugar must have been low. No, Jay-Z's cool. Unreal. Jasper gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Kim Larson, Richard Head, Red Scoper, whoop my baby mama hoe ass. And there should be one more gifted membership. There it is. Ryan the Garbage Man Pro. All getting gifted memberships over there on Rumble. Thank you very much, Jasper. He also throws $1 in and says, good morning, fellow assholes. 110 away from today's goal. Keep going. Finish it off. Just 110 away from another win for the toe, and everything else that comes in on PayPal and Venmo today is going to go to Johnny, because Johnny's in the hospital with the leg thing and then that whole issue. And obviously he can't do his show. So we were able to get him 30 or 40 bucks last night on the evening show. That's helpful. So if you guys are feeling generous, throw in a few bucks and we can get there today. Yeah, but to whoever sent in that that conspiracy theory, I have no problem believing that. No problem. I'll be honest. I'm fucking annoyed that he keeps lying about that fucking bullet thing because he can't admit what a piece of shit he was. Which I guess it's fine because every time he tells it to an audience of like 10 people, I get to tell hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and eventually thousands of people the actual story and it gets brought up again. So I guess that's actually kind of nice. So I want to thank the pretty parasocial girls for allowing me to continue to set the record straight on what a piece of shit your new boy is. And the only reason he's your boy, A, because you're a bad judge of character, and B, because I fucking own you. A Colorado man has been indicted for, and I'm not making this up, monkey torture. Torturing monkeys. Stop it. Stop it. No, because I can already see your fingers typing. Stop it. You're not going to get Shiloh Hendris money anyway. A 27-year-old Colorado man has been indicted along with 10 other people from across the country for paying for the creation and distribution of videos made overseas of adult and baby monkeys being mutilated, tortured, and killed. Okay, maybe you guys know better than me. Maybe you guys understand this shit better than I do. What is the market for monkey torture? Like, who are the people who are enjoying monkey torture? Like, whose online experience is, oh man, I really got to see a monkey's nuts get electrocuted? Is this a thing that people are doing? That you create this content and it's in demand and that's what you do for a living? The group communicated its desires for acts on the monkeys to a The group communicated its desires for acts on the monkeys to a minor in Indonesia. Oh, they communicated with a minor. I thought this was taking a really fucking dark turn. Okay, they told a minor in Indonesia about their desire for the acts on monkeys. That minor carried out the act. So they had some kid torture, mutilate, and kill monkeys. Good, I'm sure that's not fucking him up. Those acts included, oh God. Those acts included putting small instruments in the monkeys' asses and burning or cutting their genitals. What the fuck? Can we just execute everyone involved with this? Like, what is jail time going to do? Please tell me how jail time is going to fix any of this. Like, they're going to come out and they're going to be like, oh man, you know, I had an epiphany while I was in prison. Shoving stuff up a monkey's asshole and cutting his dick off is wrong. Like, some people just need to be flushed. They need to just go. Because I mean, what's the best case scenario? They hold down a convenience store job for 30 years? That's the best success story. You know, it's not like they're going to be a big, like, trial lawyer someday, and while they're on Fox News being interviewed about a big case, they go, you know, my life really got turned around when I went to prison for shoving things up a monkey's asshole. But now I'm a very successful multi-millionaire big city attorney. No. They do that stuff after they become a wealthy attorney. Ask Diddy. The indictment described one video. I'm good. The recordings were referred to as Animal Crush videos. And people like this stuff. There's a guy in Colorado, 27 years old. He's arrested. He's going to jail because of fucking monkey torture. I find this ironic. Biden's prostate cancer writes, some people just shouldn't exist. You see, you've even disgusted Joe Biden's prostate cancer. He can't Chevy fan with $1 says, just Google George Floyd body cam footage. You piece of shit. That is. I mean, look, I appreciate the $1. But that, I just want to go on record as saying, that's low, you son of a bitch. 110 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's knock it out. Let's call it a win for the toe. Let's keep going. We got about 45 minutes left. 110 is the number. $5 or $10 at a time. We'll have this thing hammered out in no time. Chad Buzamok says from Denver, please tell me it's not Tukey who likes the monkey torture. Ugh. I've seen some of his jokes. I think monkey torture is more humane. I'm kidding. I think he's, look, he's a weird middle-aged man who likes to play with puppets. He's doing the best he can, folks. Don't be too hard on the puppet guy. You can be hard on everyone else, but don't fuck around with a guy who's, in his 40s and playing with puppets. People like that tend to be unstable. I always say, let them play with their puppets. They're not hurting anybody else. Leave them go. Jasper with $2 says the guy I bought some clapped out car from in Raymond, Minnesota just got nailed for like 9 felonies for CP for boys under 10, big churchgoer. Yeah. You never know. I mean, it's not like you can buy a car from a guy and know. Chad Buzamok says a lot of tough talk from Aaron today. What kind of what did I say tough? I can't make fun of anyone? You can have never met me or never even been on a show with me, and you can be like, oh, I'm going to try and grift off of this guy, and I can't take it in good humor and make some jokes about you? Come on. These people got to, these people got to be able to take it a little bit, right? That's one thing I'm always, disappointed by is all these people, who are like, yeah, we like to make fun of people and stuff. Like, you'll say one little thing about him, you're like, oh, that fucking guy, I'm going to get him. It's like, guys. Do I have to teach this lesson again? Calm down a little bit. Let's go to Dinosaur Fuel. He says, do your chin exercises before you go to your meeting. Is that going to be putting my best foot forward if I do my chin exercises? Darkside Aaron says, what tough talk? Oh, the tough talk that I just did. Dude, are you that fucking gay from the internet that you think that's tough talk? That busting a guy's balls for playing with puppets is tough to... Dude, you're lame. That's embarrassing. I would never admit that I think that's tough talk. That's like good-natured ribbing. It's barely that. It's like surface level jokes. Oof. You got to toughen up, buddy. Especially if you're going to be a shit talker. You got to do a better job than that. I'm embarrassed for you. 105 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. About an even hundo away from calling it a win for the toe. You know what? Good for Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck is speaking up about Bongino and Kash Patel about their Epstein bullshit. I would have thought that Glenn Beck would kind of suck these guys' dicks no matter what, and he'd kind of be like, well, you got to understand they're good guys. But he's criticizing them because, you never know where these people stand until it's time to break from a Trump person on something. And the people I really respect are the ones who are big media figures, and they go, you know what? I got to call bullshit on this one. I disagree with this particular aspect of what Trump is doing. And the people who can call out Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino for a lot of the Epstein denial and the dropping the ball of the whole Epstein thing, I really respect those people because you open yourself up to a lot of criticism from the people who think Trump and anyone associated with Trump can do absolutely no wrong. Like, I remember the people who were defending the Defense Department. When those texts got out to that Atlantic reporter, it's like, no, that's a dumb fucking thing to do. You got to be sharper than that. Come on. So apparently Glenn Beck, who always strikes me as like boomer MAGA, actually showed some balls criticizing Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Do you think Glenn's going to get a 5-second ad or a 30-second ad? He's getting 5. Wow. No respect for Glenn Beck. It's too bad.
Instead of saying, I don't believe it, ask questions. And here's the question I ask myself. To believe Epstein killed himself, what is it I would need to see that could be produced?
I need to see video.
1, full, unredacted forensic and autopsy reports.
Okay, well, see, that wouldn't be enough for me because that's after the fact, and you can get the person you need for that. And like, if you're gonna execute a guy because he knows too much, you're gonna cover your bases on shit like that.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to hear other coroners talk about it. I'd like to see other people, not just handpicked by the media, but
Have you seen the clothes they make you wear in the cell that Epstein was in? You can't hang yourself with that. It's impossible. And then it's like, well, where's the video? Well, the surveillance video was out. How often does that happen on the suicide watch of a prison? I'd really need to see some numbers on that. Like, my skepticism is way up here on the Epstein shit.
I'd like to see the evidence myself. I'd like to hear from coroners all over. Okay. I'd like to see the surveillance footage or sworn testimony from neutral parties confirming no foul play on that. I want to know the history of that camera. I want to know when it went out exactly, and I know we do, but I want the whole thing, including the video leading up to it going out.
All right, you know what? Respect for Glenn Beck. Show me your fucking work. Yeah, show me where the video went out. And I wonder if we got to see where the video went out, if we wouldn't see a guy just walking up right to it and, pushing a button. I wonder out loud such things. I like that he's not giving these guys a pass. Good for him. And again, I didn't start this. They're the ones who said, "Oh, we got all the Epstein files on our desk. We're going to release them tomorrow." You're the one who you piqued our curiosity.
I want a timeline that explains the broken cameras, the sleeping guards, and why the most high profile prisoner in America was removed from suicide watch just days before. Why did that happen? You see, it is the string of coincidence.
Right. Right. Like if one thing seems fucked up and you draw a conclusion from that, all right, you're reaching a little bit. But if there's like 6 or 7 things that are fucky about it, the chances that it's fucky have got to be better than 50%.
And the constant lies from both sides of the administration, both Republican and Democrat. We don't believe the Department of Justice anymore. We don't believe our FBI. We don't believe, apparently now, our own administration.
Right. We didn't believe the FBI going into this. And then when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino come out and echo the shit we don't trust, it's only right that we don't trust them now either, and I don't trust either one of them. Or Pam Bondi. I don't trust the Justice Department. New boss, same as the old boss, in my opinion. Good for Glenn. Because I bet you got calls yesterday from MAGA viewers, MAGA listeners who were like, "How dare you, Glenn? You got to trust the plan. This is 4D chess that they're playing."
That doesn't lead anywhere good. Let me just say the one name, Robespierre.
Oh, shit.
That's what leads to out-of-control revolution.
Good. Glenn Beck still got a little bit of that fire in his belly. So you guys better look out. He might bring back the chalkboard. Old Glenn's fired up again. 383 Novocaine says, remember when Corey said he had a puppet in his closet? Yeah, I don't know if that was literal or a metaphor, though. Like, I'm not sure if, was Corey trying to send us a message? I'm not really sure. Thank you very much to 383 Novocaine. $100 away from this morning's goal. Guys, let's finish it off and call it another win for the toe. We are creeping up on that 0 mark. Like I said last night, how funny would it be? Like we're close. We're within the last $100 for today's goal. And I said, if we go over today's goal, the rest will go to Johnny. Just like I said yesterday, what if I did a little experiment where I went, all right, now none of it's going to go to Johnny, and it's all going to go to the show, and then all of a sudden it gets knocked out and it starts going crazy. You're like, oh, come on. Now it's just mean-spirited at that point. Yeah, Corey does legit have a Muppet. I've often wondered why Corey doesn't jump on and do a little streaming here and there. Why he completely left the YouTube, Twitch, and all that stuff. He's an entertaining guy. He's a funny dude. I think if he leaned in, he could do some cool and funny shit, but he just didn't want to. Chevy fan with $2 says, can you take a peek at the Tim Dillon CNN interview person? Interviewing him claims that Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn are part of the deep state and being used. I did see that. I've got that for tonight's show. We're going to go over the Tim Dillon thing on the evening show. It was funny to watch CNN, established legacy news, ask Tim Dillon if he's part of the new deep state because he does a fucking comedy podcast. It's insane. It's crazy talk. I like Tim Dillon. I don't think he's, a lot of people, if someone associates with Rogan, they're like, oh, he fucking sucks, I hate him. Nah, Tim's good. Tim's funny. Tim's entertaining. Speaking of guys who kind of hang around in the Rogan proximity, Andrew Schultz was interviewing Bernie Sanders, and apparently he got Bernie to agree with him that the Democratic Party is a threat to democracy. This rules. There's something you can oddly respect about Bernie, and that is that he'll set everybody on fire. He's really just an old crotchety communist, and he'll just burn everybody down. He now the older he gets, the further he just slinks into a couch, and he goes, oh, let me tell you the pieces of shit that I think are human fucking garbage. I can't wait. I think he should get out of office, and we should just get Bernie Sanders sitting down on podcasts each day of the week shitting on different people, because I have a feeling there's a lot old Bernie wants to say. Well, he's here on Andrew Schultz podcast, and nobody knows. In fairness, you may hate Bernie Sanders, but nobody knows getting fucked over by the Democratic Party quite like old Bernie does. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We're going to tinker around the edges, make a little bit of a change here. Trump says the whole
It's
goddamn
horrible.
system is broken.
Yeah.
What is he say? I will fix it.
Yeah.
Well, his solutions will make it worse. But he at least acknowledged that the system is broken. Democrats often don't.
They don't acknowledge it. And there's a lot of finger wagging, or at least...
Not only do the Democrats not acknowledge that the system is broken, they keep pumping money into the broken system, taking it from us. So it's like a double whammy of shitty behavior.
Recently, I didn't feel that when I was growing up, but at least really there's a lot of finger. And then there's almost like this detachment from working class people, which is really sad, because you'll see them echo certain sentiments. They'll be like, look at the Biden stock market. And it's like, guys, 50% of Americans aren't even invested in the fucking stock market.
Right. That was the most disconnected thing I saw Democrats do during the Biden administration, is when they would say shit like, the stock market is going nuts, the economy's great, on the same day that they would report that 30% of Americans are shopping for their groceries with a credit card. And they're like, oh, come on, but the economy's awesome. Do you see the Dow's over 40,000? That's not the grocery store, though.
You're so detached from working class people, you don't even know the talking points to make them feel good about the economy. Right. So how
can't
do
even
you
lie to them properly?
Yeah, so what happened? How do we get here with the Democrat establishment?
It's a great question.
Well, and the answer
sold
is
out.
that we do know, and that is during the 70s, 60s, Democrats caught on that you could raise a lot of money from wealthy people, and it gets back to campaign financing and all that stuff. So you got a Democratic establishment now, which is funded by wealthy people. You have consultants who are really way out of touch with reality, who make a whole lot of money in campaigns.
Bernie's 80 years old too, just like Biden. And you see the difference in the way he talks. I've never been a big Bernie Sanders guy. I always thought he was, his ideas were shitty. But he can tell you what they are and he can explain them, and he's clear-headed. Joe Biden has really lowered my bar on how old people talk. Like, if I can understand every word they say, I'm like, wow, he's the fucking smartest guy in the world.
And working class is ignored. And Donald Trump comes along and says, you know, I care about you, which was a lie. So
they still, I love that they can get this close to paying Trump a compliment, but they gotta stick that knife in at the end. They're like, well, you know, the Democratic Party is a broken system, and Donald Trump comes in, he says, I'm going to fix that broken system, and he acknowledges it, which is a fucking lie. He's still a piece of shit, but he acknowledges it. Just, you got that close. You got that close to saying something nice about the guy.
I don't know if that's a lie. I'd give pushback on that. I think that it has to be proven that it's a lie.
All right, I'll prove it.
This is what I mean, like cranky ass Bernie Sanders. Just put cranky ass Bernie. You know what I'd like to see Bernie do? I want to see Bernie do Joe Budden's podcast. I want to see Bernie Sanders go on a podcast with just a bunch of like ghetto black dudes and just start bitching about things. I think it would be funny.
Yes, thank you. And you're right. I could look through rose-colored glasses, but the idea, I think that when people are struggling, anybody who goes, hey, I'm going to help you out. Like I'm sure when Obama, I remember the impact of Obama.
Change.
He ran on reform and he ran on hope, right?
Yes.
He ran on this idea of we're going to make it better for you instead of Kamala seemed to run on this idea like, hey, it's good. We're going to keep doing the exact same thing.
Right.
Which is a losing strategy.
Well, you know, and the thing what I like about Bernie, what I still respect about Bernie is he is still fucking mega butthurt about how Hillary fucked him over back in 2016. Like, he's still really fucking mad about that. And he should be. 100% he should be. I mean, they stole that thing from him. And then Biden fucked him over again in 2020 by getting all the left of center people to drop out and endorse him, and then in exchange for that, he gave him cabinet jobs, like Pete Buttigieg. He said, "Hey, Pete, again, you're helping Bernie by, you know, you're kind of a left of center, more middle of the road Democrat. People kind of confuse you with me. That's helping Bernie out. You drop out, I'll give you a job you're fucking seriously unqualified to do." And he's like, "All right, sounds good." Let's go to Bo Beardington with $4.99. Says the Mud Shark is always saying you want to collaborate with him because of the mutual disdain of Nick. Is that true? No, I don't want to collaborate. I know that Chad had that. God, maybe we should play that video because everybody keeps asking me about it. He had that video where he said he got an email from one of April's friends that said, you know, Nick made her write that text making up the whole "he ate my goo" allegation, which is horseshit. That Nick was bound and determined to destroy me and end me as this fixation. He dragged April along, manipulated her, brainwashed her, fucked her up, and she had to get away, and she's better now. And people were calling bullshit on Chad. They're like, "Chad, I think you're doing a work." Well, all I did was I reached out to Chad to compare notes because I got an email from a friend, and like, if it's fake, then they made up a name of someone that both April and I know. So like, they'd be pretty fucking insane. They'd be pretty psychotic, and they'd have to know a lot of inside shit to be a work, to be a fake. And I just wanted to know if the person that Chad got his email from is the same person that I got mine from. That's all. So I wouldn't say that Chad, that I want to, collaborate with him. I just wanted to compare notes. That's all. Buzimok, you're a little too like anti-Chad, like angry. You have to admit that the guy has broken stuff about Compound Media, about Anthony, Gavin, Gino, and some other stuff that was 1,000% true. Broke news on MLC while I was on there. TM Zumach shit that was 100% true. I mean, the guy does do combinations of works and shoots, and he's exposed a lot of people that you like, and that's unfortunate, but you can't really, you can't just whitewash that away, you know? Papa Shab says, Nick literally admitted you ass raped him. You win, but at what cost? Your soul? I mean, I can say I didn't ass rape him, but nobody's going to believe it because Nick wants it to be true so bad. Thank you, Bo Beardington. Oh, I'm sorry, 95 away from today. Throw in a couple of bucks. Hey, guys, we got about 25 minutes left, and we're in the double digits. We're $95 away from today's goal. If you'd like to throw in, let's do it. I did say that anything we go over on PayPal or Venmo, anything that we have there after we knock out the goal will go directly to Johnny. Very nice. All right, let's call Gino. I want to know what that Guinea Wop Dago is up to. No, Gino is in, what is it? Gino's in L.A. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do with Thursday morning and Friday morning show because I know Johnny might not be healthy enough to do it, and I don't want to make him do it, because he will push himself, and I think getting that leg infection taken care of is number one. And Gino and Keanu are the backup plan for that. Sam Show says Gino is selling trash cans. I got to point out some hypocrisy that some of these internet people are not going to like. This is Aaron calling you out again. And you're not going to like it because I'm going to do it with a smirk and I'm going to be arrogant about it. But you got to listen to me because I'm always right and I always win. You can't do two things at once and expect me to take you seriously. Like when I goof on you and I don't take you seriously, stop getting offended. When you say things like, Gino's broke and Gino doesn't do anything. Then Gino does something that makes him a nice chunk of change. You go, Gino's a trash can salesman. It's like, okay, now you've just exposed yourself. The problem is when you do shit like that, you expose yourself as a phony. You expose yourself as someone who's not an honest actor. You expose yourself as what I say you are, so you can't get mad at me when I say, you're just working. You're just being silly. You can't go like, Aaron's being dismissive. Well, I mean, no offense, but if you are that hypocritical, you deserve to be dismissed. So Gino also is out in L.A. doing comedy workshops. He does those as well now, and he gets paid considerably to do these comedy workshops. And people are like, Gino does comedy classes and shit like that. It's like, well, you get to have one criticism. I'll let you keep one. Otherwise, I'm going to call you out for being full of shit, and you're going to get mad at me, and I'm going to live rent-free in your head. You get to say, he's broke, Gino, and he doesn't do anything. Or you get to make fun of him for selling trash cans. You get to pick one. Otherwise, I get to live rent-free in your head and call you out on your bullshit. You get to decide. I'll let you pick one, but if you try to play both, you're going to get mad at me when I call you out. I'm sorry. 95 away from today. Let's rally it up on PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Rumble, etc., and call it another win for the toe. We've got, oh my God, we've got a lot of leftover shit. Hey, why is, do you remember Taylor Lorenz? I thought Taylor Lorenz was like a big time lib. I thought she was like Team Biden. I thought she was, Trump is the devil, and we ought to let Biden have another term because anything's better than Trump. Why is she saying that Joe Biden should rot in hell and rest in piss after his cancer diagnosis? Is like Taylor Lorenz's whole gimmick is she's decided that she's going to try to be the most unlikable person in America because she's pissing off everybody. Like Republicans think she's a fucking stooge. And now apparently she wants to piss off Democrats now too because, she's the one who doxed libs of TikTok. And she's the one who, every time people call her out for her bullshit, she claims she's being bullied. She's a very classic cry bully, this Taylor Lorenz. But she spent the last 24 hours openly celebrating President Biden's cancer diagnosis. One thing I said yesterday is I've actually been very impressed by right-leaning people and their ability to be kind, their ability to be nice about the Joe Biden cancer diagnosis. Like people have said, look, I may not like the guy. I may not think he's a good president, but God damn, you don't wish you wish cancer on some people, but like, I don't wish cancer on the guy just because I don't like his politics. Like, I hope he pulls through. I hope he does okay. Not Taylor Lorenz. Not Taylor Lorenz. She believes that Joe Biden should rest in piss. Why? I don't know. I thought they were kind of simpatico on everything. She said, hopefully he rots in hell and rests in piss. She wrote in a post that also included a screenshot of a facetious 2019 Vice article misconstruing a Biden campaign ad with the headline, Joe Biden, it would be an insult to my dead son for everyone to have health care. What? Why? So this is, like, again, a guy announces that he has prostate cancer that spread to his bones, and you choose that time to pick some bullshit, I didn't get my way on this healthcare policy thing. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I think this is why these people keep losing elections and they keep struggling, is because if you don't give them absolutely everything they want, then it's fucking war and it's on, and we need the perfect candidate. And like, the perfect candidate doesn't exist. Like, the perfect candidate isn't around. It's especially not Joe Biden. So you don't get to advocate for someone, and then when he gets sick, I mean, this is the behavior we were expecting from Republicans. You know, we were expecting MAGA people to be like, yeah, fuck Joe Biden and his cancer, asshole. But instead, we're getting Democrats doing it. Jesus. Hey, he's not the one who voted in a 78, 79-year-old man to be president. You guys did that in 2020. Well, that and the help of, you know, maybe some ballots that were creatively appeared, so to speak. Boy, Taylor Lorenz just continues. You know, you would have said a couple of weeks ago, you would have said, I don't think Taylor Lorenz can be a more unlikable person. We were wrong. We were wrong. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, idea for Thursday and Friday. I connected the dash cam to my work truck, trucking with silver. Hours of me yelling racial slurs and badly singing metal. I think that's a terrible thing. I think that's a terrible, terrible idea for this channel. $90 away from today. We got 15 minutes left in today's show. Please help us knock out the last of that $90 goal and call it another win for the toe. Let's get ourselves a W, guys. We are dancing on the precipice of our first loss for the week. Of course, the evening show could pick it up, as they often do. I don't really worry about missing anymore, because we've had so many fucking perfect weeks, I can't even keep track. Somebody always ends up picking it up. But if you guys could do it here in the morning, that would really show those evening bastards. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's knock it out and call it a win for the toe. And then you don't have to listen to those evening people talk about how they bailed your asses out. So everybody throw in 5, 10, 20, 50. Let's get this 95 hammered out, and we'll go home happy today on the toe. Yeah, I'm sure you guys saw that the Trump administration agreed to pay $5 million to Ashley Babbitt's family. She's the woman who was killed on January 6th. They were in the Capitol. An officer fired. She was hit. She was killed, I think killed instantly. And her family sued the government. And now the Trump administration has settled that case for $5 million. Good for the Babbitt family. I think they deserve it. It sucks that our taxpayer dollars have to go to that because of some fuck up. You know, it's kind of like, I mean, imagine she got $5 million. The George Floyd family got $27 million, and they got that from a city. So you imagine the coffers of a federal government. $5 million is not a ton of money. But you consider $27 million for a city. That is a sizable chunk of change. Babbitt was fatally shot by police during the January 6th Capitol riot. Her family will receive roughly 1/6 of the $30 million sought in the lawsuit. So a modicum of justice for Ashley Babbitt. Whoop my baby mama's ass, says Ashley Babbitt was fake. Really? It's the first I'm hearing of this. That Ashley, is this like the birds aren't real thing? Ashley Babbitt never happened? I mean, I seem to remember it happening. Am I gaslighting? I might be gaslighting myself. McBuster says $5 million. That's about 50 student loan debts. Well, yeah, there's 50 more student loan debts that we don't have to cover. Good. Sam Show says birds aren't real, dumbass. You know what? I should know better than to make controversial statements on this program. Let's go. We're looking at a little bit of an ass whooping here. Wait a minute. Obama Phone Pro Max 5G with $9.99 says Ethan Ralph got drunk and fell out of his chair into pee bottles late last week. Videos of it on Twitter from GNN. I will go take a look. I will tell you right now that we are only $80 away. Let's all rally up in the next 12 minutes and let's get that last $80 taken care of. Bapa Shab says White House, the white version of HH just dropped. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I got an idea. Everybody throw in a little and we'll get that 80 taken care of and we'll call it a win today on the toe. There's all the links in the chat. Let's, oh, boy. Oh, this is good donating music.
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they froze my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the matrix. Where the fuck is my nitrous? Yes, I am a cook. I like when people fuck on my bitch. With shit that I'm posting on Twitter, they telling me, yeah, don't say that. How niggas can see.
They make the HH song kind of sound like a Disney musical, don't they? This is like the next Descendants movie.
Me in public, I'm driving an all chrome Maybach. With all of the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back. With all of the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch. I'm the villain.
All right, what are we gonna? We're gonna bring some strings and horns in.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis. Nigga, how Hitler?
It really does, you know, when you put it to classical music, it sounds less abrasive. And it sounds a little more like a Disney tune, if you will. Helgi with $5 says, how birds work. All right, we'll see if we can get to that. $75 away from today. Can we get a final push in these last 10 minutes to hammer out the last $75 of today's show? Thank you very much to Doorman, who threw in a hundo today. Johnny's going to be like, hey, anything coming in via Venmo? I'm like, sorry. That will not be happening, my man. 75 away. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rant. $75 away. I think I'm going to have to offer an extra hour to the evening crowd if they knock out that extra. If you're feeling generous, throw in a few. Woman spent $5,000 to get her cat a gold oh, fuck her. Oh, God. I'm not sure how much I really hate cats anymore or if I just hate the people who own them. Her cat named Tofu, of course. Hey, who do you think this woman voted for, by the way? Her cat Tofu broke her tooth, and the vet gave her a real gold grill for $5,000. You understand? I had a Chihuahua that had cancer when I was a kid. My parents paid for the surgery to get the tumor cut out one time. It was skin cancer. And my parents made it very clear to us. They're like, it was not cheap to get that cancerous, skin tumor taken off the dog. If it happens again, we're going to have to put the dog down because, I don't know, it was into the 4 digits. It wasn't like $5,000 or anything, but it was, it was up there. $5,000 for a gold grill for your cat you put the cat down before that happens.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
They gave a gold tooth for a cat.
What the hell? What the hell?
Like, honestly. And then the cat went out, pointed a gun sideways, and shot somebody. Didn't even hit the person they were aiming for. It's amazing. It's amazing. Balls Deep with $5 says, go till you make the goal plus however much you get for as long as you can go. No, because I have a meeting today. I got to get the fuck out of here at 10:30. It's okay. The evening show has got our back. Helgi says, a little off topic, but I just remember you still owe me stick. Yeah, I've got the fucking envelope sitting right here, Helgi. I need your address. Email me. I announced it 3 times last week. Everyone else got all their stickers. Send me your address. I'll send it out to you, bud. Sorry, I just yelled at that guy. For really, I mean, if you think about it, no reason. No reason at all. All right, a little over $70 away from knocking out today. If we can do it, we can do it. You know, I never thought of this. I've often decried Bill Belichick's new girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, as like this evil succubus who is, you know, ripping Bill Belichick apart from his family and fucking up his coaching gig and everything else. I'm ashamed to admit, you know what I didn't consider? That perhaps Bill Belichick's family doesn't like this Jordan Hudson because if he falls in love with her and marries her, she's going to hone in on some of his money. Like it could be a financial deal. PayPalington with $1.99 says Johnson links. I don't think he means Johnsonville brats. Yeah, people have been posting the GoFundMe. Well, you know what? Post Johnny's Venmo link. Don't put the GoFundMe thing. I'd rather people give right to Johnny for his moving out thing in September if they'd like to. But yeah, people have been putting his Venmo up there throughout the program. You guys can continue to do that. $70 away from today's goal. Can it get hammered out in the last 5 minutes? It is a possibility, you know. We'll see if you guys can do it 5 or 10 at a time or a big drop comes in. But yeah, I never considered the fact that, you know, I've always thought of Jordan Hudson as the bad guy in this whole thing, and I still think she is. But I think that just because Jordan Hudson's the bad guy doesn't mean that Bill Belichick's family members are, you know, altruistic in their motives for complaining about her. You know, they might not see Jordan Hudson as this evil succubus who's destroying their dad. They might see Jordan Hudson as another hand that gets a split of the inheritance. Colin Coward believes that Bill Belichick's family is only concerned about his relationship because they're concerned about it potentially affecting his will. I mean, I'll say that it's got to at least be part of it. I'm not saying they also can't, you know, dislike it on moral grounds. They certainly can. But I think, you know, when you got a dad who's worth as much money as Bill Belichick is worth, it creeps in there. You can say that you don't care about your dad's money. You can say that you just want your dad around, but it has a way of just creeping into your head. Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, became the subject of national discussion after their CBS interview a couple weeks ago. They're also claiming that the University of North Carolina doesn't want her around the football practices. On Sunday, Colin Coward dismissed the narrative that Belichick was simply being taken advantage of by a much younger woman. He also theorized that the family's supposed concern for the coach is rooted in worries that Hudson's presence could affect his will. He said, "Stop me if you've heard this one before. A wealthy old man starts dating a young, ambitious woman, and suddenly the family is concerned. According to Pablo Torre, folks are whispering about Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan. He says, I don't buy into this whole idea that Bill is some old, feeble man who doesn't know what he's doing." That's a good point. Bill's never been, the victim type. "We've literally got ring video proving Bill knows exactly what he's doing. Put your shirt on, Bill." That must have been one of the videos. "And let's be honest, families aren't worried about Bill. They're worried about the will. When dad's worth over $100 million, everybody's got questions like, who's getting cut out?" Well, here's my thing. Like, this is what's amazing about family disputes like this. You can't figure out how to share $100 million. You can't figure out how you're going to be able to, take your piece of it. Like, there's not room for one more person. Like, let's say she does make Bill happy. Let's say Bill Belichick is a happy guy with this Jordan Hudson. He's got a 24-year-old body to play with, and he likes her as a human being. If that makes your dad happy, if your dad is thrilled, if your dad is proud that he's got this woman, and you get to see your dad be happy, you can't share a little more of that $100 million. You can't let another, hand be in the pie, so to speak. It's just amazing. Like, I've seen it before, and I'm sure it's not the last time I'll see it, but like that, any of you who have been around any kind of inheritance thing, you know that it can get super, super fucking messy. And when it does, people can really just turn into animals. It can get really, really gross. Well, guys, we finally took an L. We finally took an L. We lost by $70 today, and now the evening show has a chance to redeem. The evening show has, they've picked up the morning show before. $70 short this morning. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I appreciate it. We are not blaming Johnny for this miss. If you feel like throwing in, if you're a little busy right now and you want to throw us a couple of bucks later, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, it's right there in the chat. Go ahead and check it out. Helgi says you didn't play my link. All right, let's play Helgi's link here. $70 away from today's goal. Okay, this is how birds are. Is this the birds are a machine thing? The birds are fake. They're not real. Okay, I'll play along. Come on. A jet engine. These little birds have jet engines. They've got a computer system, a fuel tank, a C4 charge. So they're all explosives. And spy cameras. Okay. So birds just sit around spying on us, and they're all just CIA-made drones. Oh, not the Communist Manifesto. He's a threat. Now what? Oh, they've got a satellite dish in their head. See, I didn't know that. Okay, so what do you say to people who say that they've killed birds before and they've like skinned them and cooked them and all, like fucking turkeys? How do they work? All right, so now that satellite bounces off to something in space. And then that thing in space, where does that send a message to? Oh my God, it lasers your house. No way. Oh my God, and then it blows up your house? Jesus Christ, I never had I had no idea that birds were that nefarious. Holy shit. Wow, well, you know what? I mean, when you get proven wrong, you kind of just got to admit it. Oh, Ken Kettlepiss says it's not all birds, it's just pigeons, you dolt. Well, you know what? Then I apologize. That's me. You know what? I was being unreasonable. My Lost Interest says, so the poop on my fence is AI? Yeah, I mean, apparently so. We've all been had. Guys, thank you very much. We took an L this morning, but we'll be back tomorrow morning for our last morning show of the week, and I think the evening show's got us. Thank you very much. Talk to you at 6 p.m. tonight. Let's have a great show. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day.